What first got you excited about blockchains? Think about it. Oh wait. I bet it wasn't multi-million-dollar hacks, exposed data, or finding somewhere safe to store your seed phrase. Was it? Maybe it was the idea of decentralizing a broken financial system. Maybe it was imagining a world where people own their own data and get to sharing the value it creates. Or maybe it was the promise of a fundamentally better way of connecting, communicating, and transacting. The next phase of the internet that empowers us instead of exploiting us. So why hasn't that happened yet? Why are we still living with the same broken system that blockchains promise to fix? It's because blockchains can't keep a secret. Enabling open, transparent systems was only the first half of the challenge. For blockchains to really change the world, they also have to be able to protect our sensitive data when it matters. And that's why we built Midnight, to bring down the final barrier to mass adoption and unlock the full potential of the decentralized web. Let's build the internet we deserve, together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know this in crypto. Ownership matters. That's why Cake Wallet. Cake Wallet gives you full control of your digital assets, all in one easy-to-use application. You can store Bitcoin, Litecoin, Zcash, Monero, and many more with just one secure backup. Swap between coins in seconds. No copying addresses, no complicated steps, and even includes Bitcoin Lightning for faster payments. And with Cake Wallet built in, you can use crypto in real life through debit cards or gift cards. Simple, secure, self-custody. Download Cake Wallet and take control of your crypto. Welcome. It's Friday. Holy shit, it's Friday. So the days run by quick. Welcome to the Breakdown, episode 732. Sponsored by Midnight. Shout out to Midnight, the title sponsor. Also, Polymarket. Polymarket is the official prediction market sponsor of the DG brand and also the Breakdown. Cake Wallet. We had Leah on here yesterday talking about Cake Wallet and her trips right now overseas, and her sitting down and talking to people about privacy. Listen, if you want to hold Monero or Bitcoin, Litecoin, Zcash on a wallet, Cake Wallet it is. And Cake Pay. Try out Cake Pay. Quad Network. Hopefully we can get them on next week to go ahead and talk about the network. All right. There's madness. I was trying to do I try to do like 2 reaction clips per day. Like I try to, at least I want to do at least 2 reaction clips per day. I couldn't release the one that I wanted to do on Sailor. So I was like, you know what? I'll just talk about it today. I'll just go ahead and talk about the subject today. Everybody's blaming Sailor for Bitcoin's price. The current price of Bitcoin, the crypto market is basically essentially the crypto market is blaming Michael Saylor for where we are today. That's right. And I swear to God, I really wanted to. I have it. Like I have it on my phone in my drafts. But I couldn't release it because I was like, I have to come on here and tell you guys how dumb you are. I was like, I really need to tell you how dumb you are in real time. It's ridiculous. And this is why nobody, like, I almost feel like everybody's gone away from X and gone elsewhere because it is fucking toxic here. The amount of tweets and videos that were put out yesterday about Sailor being to blame for Bitcoin's price point right now was wild. Comparing Michael Saylor to Do Kwon yesterday, comparing MicroStrategies strategy to Terra Luna. I was sitting back and I was blown away. Especially that we have 99% of this space graduated from Ivy League schools with degrees in economics. And I would have thought, oh, wait, somebody would have popped out here and said, hold on, guys. I think we're looking at this a little bit wrong. But no, everybody was Michael Saylor, this, Michael Saylor, that. And then they were playing the clip. Of Michael Saylor going on to a CoinDesk interview, stating, by the way, he actually came onto my program stating that he used AI to create his products. He stated this on CoinDesk. Sorry, I saw Landy right. And there has to be a way. Landy, I was flowing, bro. Anyway. By the way, he did come on. He did come on to my show, and he made the statement, which was like the first time it was stated that like he used AI to create his products, which I saw nothing wrong with. I actually said, you know what? That's a really great move because now I actually use AI to create and elevate the products we have here with the company. So like, the companies you guys work for are using AI to build out your companies. It's just so weird to hear and to see this shit on the timeline. This is why nobody takes us seriously. This is really the real reason why nobody really takes this space seriously. How can you? This is, Saylor has a way to make sure that everything's paid, the dividends and all. to compare him to Do Kwon or to compare strategy to Terra Luna it's wild. It just, I'm telling you, I wanted to come out with a video here. Let me get in here. Hold on.
To crypto Twitter, the reason why the price of Bitcoin is down and the market is down in general is because of sailors, right? Twitter has come to the conclusion that it is all sailors' fault. Now found our villain for this cycle, Sailor, is his fault. Also looking at this clip from CoinDesk where Sailor discusses using AI to go ahead and create his products. That's right, use AI to go ahead and help create these products like Stretch, and that is the reason apparently Twitter has come to the conclusion that Bitcoin is down. It's all due to Stretch pulling it down. Michael Saylor a few weeks ago selling Bitcoin. Everything is Saylor's fault. It's not because it has nothing to do with the economy, bear market.
I mean, I could have posted this. You guys deserve to be broke. Anybody who was putting that out there yesterday, and here's the bad part, and I get people want engagement, and everybody wants to get likes and retweets or repost on their posts that they come out with. I understand. I understand whatever we live in, where rage bait is the thing, clickbait, but we are fudding the wrong people. Not that you should FUD people. I'm just saying you're just FUDing the wrong people out of the space. You are literally, they're saying, Mike, the things that were being, the charts coming out. There's one guy who came out with something about Bitcoin's going to 5,000 because of Sailor holding 5% of Bitcoin. I'm not even kidding here. Where's this shit? I'm going to do a reaction video of it anyway. But this guy, Thomas, says MicroStrategies is collapsing. Bitcoin to 5,000. My prediction.
Bitcoin, if they implode, seems like they are, so take 67,000 down to 62,000. And if you actually check MicroStrategy, then I don't feel so good for Michael Saylor. Price of stock dollars.
I can't take anybody seriously in this space. Bottom line, that's where I'm going with this. I can't take anybody seriously no more. Like I can't. I don't even think these can be real serious conversations anymore. If anything, I'm looking at this as like, okay, Stretch is an opportunity. If it's under 100, it's an opportunity to go ahead and buy it. I mean, again, you guys do what the fuck you want. It's an opportunity to buy that. And then you have an opportunity to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not being pulled down by Stretch. Bitcoin is not currently at, let me look. Let me go ahead and look using G Markets here. Hold on. Bitcoin is not at 63,255 because of Sailor. It's not here because of Sailor. Okay? We are in a bear market. I know it's a little bit confusing for you guys. But we are in a bear market. Okay. That right there, that price, 63,255, has not been caused by Michael Saylor. Okay. And I said this already. If Michael Saylor is the reason why Bitcoin goes up and down, we have a major problem. I'll say that again. If Bitcoin goes up and down due to the activities of Michael Saylor, we have a major fucking problem. Thankfully, that is not the case. 4-year cycles, having all these, I don't know. I think you guys, You disappoint me. You went to MIT, all these Ivy League schools. You guys have been, I honestly thought you'd produce better content. Anyway, by the way, I'm laughing because if you check out the social post or the pulse of basically social media, which you can find on G Markets, you'll see essentially, who's talking about what and what's happening. I think I found Landy here yesterday. I cannot come. This is crazy. I cannot get. I cannot get on here. This is crazy. Let's go with Crypto Landy. Because Landy was complaining about him not being on here. Oh, I guess they don't like him. It didn't populate. Did I spell that right? I did. Hold on. Did I do that right? We're looking up Crypto Land. Oh, there he goes. Look at Crypto Landy. Look at Crypto Landy. Look, I hope you're satisfied now, Crypto Landy. Okay, I hope you're satisfied now that you are on the list. Okay, I hope you're satisfied. Anyway, welcome to the breakdown, episode 732. Speaking of Landy, he'll be on right now. I see him in the green room. I'm just punishing him because I was on such a roll. He starts typing in the green room and it pops up and I see it and I'm like, fuck. Like, I'm on a roll. Talking about all this shit about how you guys are coming out here with content about Michael Saylor bringing down the goddamn price of Bitcoin. Crypto's going to zero because of Michael Saylor. Everybody's blaming Michael Saylor. And then there are people that are wishing to see strategy crash to zero. It's weird. Bit's out here redoing his bullish thesis on Bitcoin. I'm watching all this in real time. I don't even want to talk about Nat and what she was doing yesterday at the bodega during the Knicks parade. I don't even want to get into these type of conversations right now. Anyway, to me, it's a buying opportunity for it. It is. I know it sounds repetitive, but it is a buying opportunity for anybody in this goddamn crypto market. Take advantage of it because there are others that are taking advantage of it. The big money players are taking advantage of it. They are sitting there. I guarantee you, multimillionaires and people who have been investing for a very long time are laughing at you fucking morons as they read the timeline, seeing the content that you're putting out there, seeing your thoughts that you're putting out there, and they're fucking are laughing at you. They're like, continue to FUD it. Please continue to FUD and sell. Give us better positions. Not like they're buying spot, but I'm just saying in general, give us better positions. Send the motherfucker down. Yeah, absolutely. Send them up. Anyway, let's bring in Landy to talk. We'll also have at 1:45, we have the Midnight team coming on. We're going to talk about, obviously, we're going to get into Midnight City, Midnight. And then after that, we're going to have around 2:15, we'll have Landy, if he's game. Also, Rob Nelson, along with, I think Big Gunk is going to join us. All three will have the opportunity to discuss everything that is happening in the Middle East, which is chaos. It is fucking chaotic what is happening out there. Why do I have Landy up here? Like, what is this, man? Let me take this motherfucker off of here. Nobody want to see Landy up here. Landy. Anyway, the total market cap is 2.26 trillion. We're still good for the time being. Still good for the time being. Landy, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Good morning. Send it lower.
I just want to say fuck you to you real quick before we
My bad. You're in flow state, and I
I'm
I messed it
flowing,
up.
and then I see the shit pop up. I'm like,
See, this is the
it's like I'm
disadvantage of having
freestyling,
multi-monitors.
and you like come in and just say, "Yo, hold on 1 second, bro." Like, no, I was
Look.
really yesterday. So I'm watching the timeline, and I'm like, I'm dying to release this video that I played. Like, I had like 4 of these videos,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I'm dying to release it as a reaction video. Then I'm like, nah, because I don't want to. I don't want to talk to anybody on this timeline right now. Like, the I get clickbait. I get the point. Like, you're a content creator, you're trying to get engagement. I totally get that. I understand it. I get it. But to eat our own is wild. And like to come out with like these things where Stretch is bringing down Bitcoin, Michael Saylor needs to be liquidated. Michael Saylor. Oh, by the way, this one was also put out there. Michael Saylor should sell $100 billion worth of Bitcoin and short it at the same time. The
Delta
things
neutral.
that
Go Delta neutral.
wild.
Or I mean, look, he could short it. I mean, that's
Look at you. Look, even
that's
you.
not like
You
that's
started
not
thinking
unheard
about it.
of. That's not unheard of to
I
do
know
by
that.
OGs anyway. So like that's literally like what's been. Look, this is what OGs have been doing for years. They'll step into the market. They'll take a massive short position and sell underlying spot against it, and then just run it down to their bids. I mean, that's I don't think he could get away with doing that, to be quite
No,
honest.
but it's the insanity to compare. You know what? Fine, talk about all this stuff, right? But to compare him to Do Kwon is really wild, because like
People,
you have a funded public company, right? Look, and somebody's gonna say, but what about
Genesis.
no. What was the public company that was essentially a Ponzi and fucking completely
Oh, Theranos.
no?
They were just
Besides
lying
that,
about what they had.
I was about to say Chevron. Hold on, what was? How am I having a blank right now?
Talking about companies like Celsius and BlockFi, because
No,
it's
no, no. I'm
nothing
talking
like
about
those.
publicly traded companies. Remember when it all came down? Fuck.
You had Grayscale. You had
No.
trying to think of other bigger players.
It literally all came down, like all came crumbling down.
Mm,
Oh my god, what was the fucking company's name? It was like a shell company, essentially.
mm.
Anyway, whatever. You have here Michael Saylor that has money. Like, this company has money. Like, it has money. And you're comparing it to Terra Luna, which was printing tokens.
Well, I think that people are just riding this narrative of he sold, therefore he violated his hodl mentality and ethos. And realistically, they are an overwhelming net buyer. They sold last bear market. They sold a little bit this time, and they're not moving the market down. They're also not holding it up, right? Like you see all the buying they're doing. It's not like price has appreciated every time that he's bought. In fact, on the way up, most of those buys were marking highs, and that's not that's a function of players in the know and in all the OTC game kind of, talking amongst each other and moving markets. And then you've got a bunch of different participants all over the place. Look, he said something really important when you interviewed him. And he said, look, no matter what happens at the end of the day, institutions are very small when you compare how much supply they hold versus OGs. So OGs control the market at the end of the day. I mean, hell, I was having this conversation yesterday. All of the ETFs combined, they buy and sell Bitcoin all the time, right? all of them combined hold 1.25 million Bitcoin. Crypto native exchanges have 2.7 million Bitcoin on them. So if you just take crypto native exchanges in aggregate for how much Bitcoin they hold, which is all being actively traded on crypto native exchanges at like 2.7 million Bitcoin, and you look even at the institutions, and then everybody cries, "Oh no, it's the leverage, it's the paper, it's this, it's that." They always have an excuse. Um, and look, is there games that are played to push price around? Yes, but it's by the players with the most Bitcoin in the market, and they take advantage of the paper side of the market to liquidate to the upside and downside. And a lot of it from an institutional point of view is not really it's they are at a disadvantage with so many OGs that hold so much supply with these really robust crypto native exchanges in terms of flows. So, it's a tale of two worlds. You've got one side crypto native and you've got the other side institutional, and then everybody blames Sailor. And I even heard the stupidest takes that I've heard is the short float on MicroStrategy and the liquidation event that happened with STRC, which really is just a bunch of people selling covered calls that got liquidated. That's why it went down so hard. Um, are the reason why Bitcoin is down. They're not selling Bitcoin even right now that we know of that is bringing it down. So anything that happens is siloed to that stock and those products. It would be, if you wanted to make any case, you would go, "Oh, hey, there's clients that have institutional products that are selling those, therefore the AP has to do redemptions, which is applying downside pressure because spot is being sold." DATs are net buyers. At someday they'll be distributing coins, but they're net buyers. It's like they're pretty much hodlers, right? And if they let go of, look, 2,000 coins or whatever it was last cycle that Sailor let go of, minuscule in the grand scheme of things. That's
Yeah.
barely a blip on the radar on the daily chart. So it's just patently ridiculous. A lot of it is because I've said this, and you've probably heard me say this before, is a lot of people put Sailor on a pedestal. They put institutions on a pedestal. And in fact, I know Bitcoiners, quote unquote, I'm going to do air quotes, Bitcoiners that sold their Bitcoin to go into these products. Ostensibly, they were Bitcoin maxis, and they sold their Bitcoin to go into these products, which is essentially the equivalent of selling your Bitcoin to go into an altcoin. It really is, because you're buying the volatility vector for Bitcoin, and if you're getting into stretch, you're buying that volatility vector and with an expectation of a return through dividends. And realistically, you don't have there's no claim to the underlying Bitcoin. There's nothing there that links these things together. So that to me has always been a criticism of these Bitcoin maxis that went all in on institutions. Is like, well, you're not really a Bitcoin maxi. You're here for the fiat side.
Yeah.
And if you're here for the fiat side, then you best understand what the underlying asset is doing. And if you don't sit there and point the finger at Sailor because MicroStrategy go down, Stretch go down, when they're literally the biggest net buyer DAT out there in the game. They're not actively buying and selling. They have sold a couple of times in history, and you can count that on one hand. But if you're going to look at where the buying and selling is happening in traditional markets, you look to the spot ETFs. You look at the buying and selling that happens in crypto native side of things. You look to OTC, you look to crypto native exchanges, and you look to DEXs. I mean, it's very, very simple. And I think that people just want, they elevated Sailor to be the face of Bitcoin in the public eye. And now they have the internet has what they consider a whipping boy for whenever things aren't going well with Bitcoin's price action. He's just going to automatically be that vector, because, and that's the double-edged sword of putting yourself out there to this extent to sell your product, right? If you're going to be out there and you're going to sell your product, you take the good with the bad. You're going to get blamed for anything and everything, whether or not it was your fault. And look, I don't think Sailor is fazed by any of it, to be quite honest. It's like you know this very well. You got out there in the public eye and really came to a lot of people's attention for your takes on Dogecoin and meme coins and how they flow into Bitcoin over time and how they introduce people to crypto, right? And for all of the good and bad, remember there was a period of time that people would say like, you don't even know what Bitcoin is. You're a shit coiner. He probably doesn't even hold Bitcoin, blah, 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 blah. Even though from day one you've said, yeah, no, I hold Bitcoin. Thank you very much. Right. Like you're going to be the anytime you put yourself out there, you are going to open yourself up to be a vector as a sounding board for anything that goes wrong, whether it's within your sphere or not. So, and also engagement farming.
I again, but why would you like? I was thinking about this as a content creator, right? Or whatever you want to fucking call yourself, whatever label you want to put out there. There are a lot of people that like to interview people, right? And yet the same people that want to interview people are ripping apart Sailor. I'm not saying that you can't say anything bad about anybody, right?
Yeah.
But like you can break it down and say, look, I'm questioning these things and I'm wondering if they have some sort of effect on the markets. When you come out and you're just ripping him apart, like you think Sailor's ever going to come onto your show? Like that's how I'm like thinking. Here's a guy who's like putting his nuts on the line. Like, is that fair to say?
Well, look,
like he is literally going all in on Bitcoin, and
it's modeled after traditional media, though, right? Like, is you get somebody where did things and you clip it up?
I mean, traditional media doesn't. I mean, even if like even with Trump, they don't go that. I mean, besides the View, but you know what I'm talking about, like CNN, they don't even go that far.
Oh no, they do. I mean, they literally edited. You look at any of the mainstream media; they literally edit interviews so that things are presented in a specific way, and that's exactly what many in this space do when they're interviewing guys like.
That's not what I'm talking about. When you're calling him a motherfucker and a piece of shit. And you're saying that Sather, why do I keep on saying Sather, man? And that's also a reason why I didn't put up like 2 clips. I had a really good fucking clip, but I said Sather. Because I was thinking about the general manager of the Oilers and the Rangers, bro. I'm like, who am I talking about right now? But when you're going out there and you're ripping this man apart, listen, I'm not dick riding here. I can,
Well, there's valid.
You know me really well, Landy. I ain't gonna dick ride anybody. I'm just saying though, like here's Sailor. Instead of, it's kind of the situation with Charles and a lot of these people that are like front facing. Like here's a guy who like let's talk about Sailor, bro. Fuck. Sailor's out here putting fucking his own money and the company's money into Bitcoin. He believes in the asset. Like he really. You can see it in his eyes, his body language. He's not just doing it for the fuck of it, man. Like he believes this is a generational asset. Like you can see, like when you have the conversation with him, you can feel it. There's no script. Like he's not out here pretending. And you call like even when Peter Schiff like says like all these things that like he's like a fraud and he has a Ponzi scheme going, like dog, man, I get it. You want fucking gold to be fucking top notch, but like what he's saying is bullshit, man.
Well,
I mean, do you believe that strategy set up a Ponzi scheme?
Look,
or it's hard for you to go ahead and say anything.
There's nuance there in what Sailor has set up in a product.
It could be a Ponzi.
What I'm going to say is
my
Sailor.
God.
No,
I gotta
misrepresent.
Let me put on my clothes and go outside.
This is gonna be all day, especially when Unc and Rob are here, huh? There is nuance here. What Saylor has done in terms of creation of financial products is nothing different than what many other companies do. All right. The the issue here is that people want to paint this as if um, that this is going to negatively affect Bitcoin and there is no value here. The value isn't in the financial structure, and the financial structure has been clearly explained. Oh, well, now it's me. David doesn't want to be seen on the same screen as me. And I am not in the camp of the target market. So I look at it and I say, okay, it's a volatility vector for Bitcoin. There's a product in which can pay a dividend when there is the cash to pay it. And they've made promises to pay a certain dividend. And as far as we know to this point, there's been no walking that back. I personally think that the flywheel he created is not for me. It is for other types of
Answer the fucking question.
if you're going to go by
Stop going around
no,
in
because
circles.
Ponzi
Answer the
okay,
question.
no, because Ponzi scams are illegal. So it is not it does
So I'm
not meet the
asking you, like,
definition.
it's a simple. Do you think that he's running a Ponzi?
Hmm.
It's a yes or no.
No, because it doesn't meet the legal
Okay.
definition.
Okay. So now, if you want to look at the products, okay, and you want to critique the products,
Yes.
that's fine.
That's where I do have critiques.
Then that's fine. See, I think if I created a product and people are critiquing it, that's fine. When you're calling or saying that I created something and it's a Ponzi scheme, that's when it's not fine. Do you understand? Do you get where I'm going with this? Like,
Yeah.
you can say I'm not interested in these kind of products. Like this is not why Bitcoin was created. Or what you could go into all
I'm
sorts
not
of things.
well, I don't think okay, so by the definition in which people are using it to call it a Ponzi scam or a Ponzi scheme, I do not agree with that definition and that defining of the product offerings. What what he is doing is the same thing that many companies already do. He's doing it with Bitcoin though. And I think that many are latching on to and Peter's changed his tune. You know that, right? Peter's
No,
changed
he's
his
gotten
tune.
more aggressive.
No, 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 no. In regards to Bitcoin, because originally Peter's whole thesis was that Bitcoin is worthless and it's going to go to zero. He has since walked that back and redefined his criteria. And remember, his whole argument for a long time, in my opinion, my critique of Peter's take on things was that his assumption was incorrect in that Bitcoin was going to go to zero. And therefore, the underlying asset being held by companies like Strategy and other DATs, which, by the way, Strategy is not the only one. There's Strive is out there doing the same thing, right? You got other
Yeah.
companies doing the same thing. Um,
They were actually upset that Saylor didn't mention them on
well, I
when
mean,
he
they're
went to
competition.
Barcelona or wherever, Prague, I think, whatever,
Yeah,
wherever that conference was.
but if your assumption is starting from this asset is worthless, of course you're going to arrive at the conclusion that he's arrived at. So now he's honed his argument against Saylor, and he still kept that same messaging. And look, Peter has a product to sell. Peter is an incredibly smart guy. He's not dumb. I know that a lot of Bitcoiners think that he's dumb and he's just a hater. No, he's a very savvy guy. Um, in him updating his thesis on Bitcoin itself has now essentially evolved to that these products are going to harm Bitcoin's price appreciation to the upside, because his thesis is that they'll be forced to sell.
Here's the problem with, I'll tell you the problem with Peter. Peter wants to do a one-on-one with Saylor. So he's doing everything possible to pull him into a one-on-one, into debate or whatnot. So like he's saying these things, like he's gone after Sailor hard.
Yeah.
Like he's saying things that Sailor can go ahead and say, "Yo, lawyer up and just fucking smack him." Respectfully.
I don't know if that would ever come to that, but maybe
No,
there
like
would be a case.
listen, real men hold back. That's what I'll say. Listen,
Well,
I've been in this space and I've been slandered. I've held back.
look, I'm a Bitcoiner, and I've had plenty of flack from the Peter Schiff types for being a Bitcoiner.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about like he's attacking Sailor.
I agree, he is.
No, but like he's gone beyond. In my eyes, he's gone beyond that. He's crossed that line.
I don't know. I don't know.
You want to
I
read
really
some?
haven't paid attention. I
You
really,
want to
I'll be
read
honest.
some?
I guess, yeah. I
All
mean,
right, read
here's
some.
the thing: is they're both incredibly smart individuals on two very different sides of the aisle, and both have products to sell, right? And I don't see one. I don't see a collapse of MicroStrategy or strategy. I think that that's um, a very presumptive um, take by many. Uh, uh, all I know is that DAT products like that aren't for people like myself.
Look,
There's a very
let-
specific target market for them.
let's look at what Peter Schiff is putting out here. Hold on. It's one thing I hate about this goddamn mouse from Apple, man, or fucking touchpad. All right, look. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about this topic.
Widening discount NAV, yeah.
CNBC provided Sailor with lots of airtime to scam their audience. The least they can do is report their losses.
Well,
Like this right here is like, bro, you're a smart guy, right? I would say that you just said Shift is a smart guy. I believe he is a smart guy. This is like, he is trying so hard to provoke him into having an interview with him or a debate, excuse me.
you might be right with that. You know,
Look,
I
like
don't.
all this is Sailor. Look at this. All this shit here is about Michael Saylor. Just read it. This one,
Yeah.
the financial house of cards Sailor built is collapsing.
Well, look,
And
this is
Bitcoin itself is breaking down, taking the rest of crypto down with it. Soon, Sailor will trade in his orange tie for an orange jumpsuit.
you know, I don't really understand what the veracity of his claims are behind that. I don't see them as credible claims. I see them as marketing,
Yeah, but like this is
adversarial marketing.
this is at the point of like slander.
Uh,
I'm telling you, man. Like if you read his comments, like if you read his comments,
I mean, it's written, so it'd be libel. Slander is
He was on
spoken,
my-
libel is written, but I don't really know if it meets those criteria. You know,
oh come on. When
I
you
don't.
say that
I'm not a
somebody's running a
lawyer.
Ponzi scheme,
I'm not a lawyer. I only studied
you only
enough
play one on
to
TV.
not. No, I only studied enough to take the bar. I didn't take it though, and this was not my wheelhouse.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I gotta say, it is absolutely. Again, you don't have to like the products. By the way, I wasn't. Everybody started like throwing out that clip, which I was offended that they didn't like. I mean, like he was on my show way before this CoinDesk interview, and he said that hey, he created which gave me the idea of creating products using AI and AI agents.
Yeah, your
He came out.
interview was viewed millions of times, and it was clipped, and that's part specifically was clipped and passed around. It was not like some big revelation,
Yeah.
but now all of a sudden, I think the difference is price is much lower for Bitcoin, so everybody wants to seize on any little thing that they can
Yeah, but
find a narrative for.
what is the big deal that he used AI to create his products? Like I have absolutely like I wasn't like, oh shit, I got to get out of Bitcoin now, like, or I got to if I have strategy or if
If
I
somebody,
have
if
or if I
somebody's
have
looking at
stretch, like I got to get
somebody's
out.
looking at stretch below par and going, "Oh no, I need to get out of Bitcoin," then you here's your sign,
No, but it was like, oh,
as a famous
AI. He
comedian
used
once
AI.
said.
Have you not seen what's going on with like everybody coming out here laying off people and they are literally now focused on integrating AI into their companies to build out their products. And here you look, you don't think BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity, I can name all these motherfuckers. You don't think they're using AI and AI agents? They've been using AI for, oh my God, never mind. You know what? Let me just shut the fuck up.
Before it was called AI.
100%. It's just
They
like, are we
they were
fucking
using algorithms that definitely you would consider AI today or would be lumped in the AI category today.
it's just like hilarious to hear. So like these people, oh my God, he created products using ChatGPT. Well, you know what? ChatGPT has a higher IQ than anybody here. Okay. And second, ChatGPT probably has a higher IQ than most people working at Fortune 500 companies in entry level positions and even higher positions, mid level positions, and executive positions.
Look, I think that is literally just a silly narrative, and these narratives. If Bitcoin continues to go down, for instance, if it takes another leg down from here, it's only going to get more intense. That's how you know we're in a bear market.
Oh, it's Sailor. You gotta.
I just don't.
Yeah, I can. You know what? Maybe I'm the only one that's defending Sailor, but like, at least he's like, he sees an asset. He thinks it can work. You know, like he thinks it can work for strategy. He thinks he can like all these products. He thinks that they can. Okay, listen, it's a decentralized fucking world that we're living in.
Here's
He's,
my issue with this, though.
he can buy as much as he wants. He can buy 50% of the supply of Bitcoin.
Let's walk back
You
for a
can
second to
too.
AI, David, because here's the thing. People who are criticizing it, y'all realize that those products were approved. They're approved and they're tradable on the major indexes. And you're gonna be like, oh my God, oh my God. You're gonna like, okay. So who is this really? If you're gonna, if that's the indictment, is that he used AI to help him conceptualize and break down and brainstorm these products, these same products that AI helped him with in terms of his brainstorming and coming up with these products was approved by by the exchanges to be listed. It was approved by all the regulatory bodies. So who are you really, what is the real indictment here if that is your take on it? Like, look, I don't
It's
think
wild. It's so fucking stupid. So are we gonna go after everybody now? I
yes,
mean, they should go after Apple right now.
it's a bear market. Everybody can get some. Everybody's gonna get some. That's how bear
No,
markets work.
listen, Landy,
Even
I understand.
CZ was the biggest scammer on the planet. He can't. And then as soon as the market turned around, everybody was hailing CZ and BNB, and then they need to pardon him, and they need to do that. Like it's you're either yeah,
The
you're
sentiment,
either a
the
hero or a
sentiment is
villain.
very
And if you're a
different.
hero, you will be a villain.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I know that. And I'm not even there. Well, I don't see myself there. I know how this whole works and as soon as the
Oh no, I
markets go
fudge
down,
you all the time.
everybody's
I'm
at
just
full.
kidding.
Say that
Just
again?
kidding. I said I fudge you all the time. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Uh, but look, I mean, you're on a
Yes.
villain arc on certain social media platforms right
Oh,
now. I see what you're
I
doing.
am.
It's
I
really
am.
funny. So you might as well lean into it. You might as
Yo,
well lean
you know
into it.
what? You know what I've learned, Landy? I've learned I'm like the Ric Flair of. I'll break down what I think I am. I am the Ric Flair, or if you watch wrestling, because that's the only way you can put it. Or maybe if I'm not playing on your team, you hate me. And you actually use the word hate, and the hate is a strong word, but you absolutely hate me.
Yeah, I almost blocked you like 3 times this week.
That's it. There is either you love me or you hate me. There is no middle ground. And you know what?
Inside joke, folks.
I feel like I'm best served. Like if I was a pro wrestler, right? And I'm not talking about like real,
You would be the heel, bro. If you were a pro
yeah, I'm a
wrestler,
heel.
David Gockstein is a
Yeah,
heel.
I'm a heel. I am absolutely a heel. And I would get the loudest boos. But then it's like once you start watching me, right? You slowly go from hating me to like, I can watch him, but I still dislike him.
No,
And
they
then,
just hate watch.
yeah,
They just hate watch. We need
it's
to
so
monitor
else-
so we have material to hate him for.
And you know what made me realize all this? You know what? When I realized this on Threads, when I came onto Threads, and I just simply asked a question, which I wasn't even trying to enrage anybody, and the amount of motherfuckers that came out after me swinging, I was like, you know what? It's the face. When they see the face, they're like, this is an arrogant son of a bitch. Fuck this motherfucker. All these things come out, and it's just like, you got to embrace it. You know, it's for the longest time, I want you guys to really like me. I've done everything. I've changed a little bit for you guys to come here and give me a hug. But no, I have to embrace the fact that when I step into a room, you hate me.
There needs to be a poll. Who's more huggable? This little puppet over here or David Gockstein?
It's definitely not me. It's
Look
definitely
at
not
the
me.
little puppet. I got this smile on my face. I'm very approachable, kind of goofy.
I want to be hated. You know what? I actually, I don't know.
Oh, that is that. This is real, by the way, folks. I can tell you for a fact that he is farming hate on a certain social media platform, and it is beautiful to watch. And he is all for it. Like this man is taking in the hate, and he is just soaking in it. Like, oh, this is beautiful. He's getting in the jacuzzi with the hate, with a martini and a cigar, and just like hate me more. He's on the dance floor, like that meme of the dance floor where, yeah, you know, he's just the music's going, he's just dancing, just enjoying the hate.
Give me. I guess I just have to. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, brother. You were literally trending because you were getting so much hate.
Am I?
You were the other day. AJ pointed it out, and I went and looked, and no, yeah, you were trending with your hate farming over there.
I'm not even saying anything bad.
No. You don't have to. That's what you're doing though, and
I'm
it's
telling you,
beautiful to watch.
it's like you see me and you just want to hate me, and it's just weird. But like again, I have to embrace it.
Embrace the hate. The unhinged
This
hate.
is who I am. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on. I gotta
God.
find. Hold on. Hold on.
You better not hit me with that freaking pool picture again. That album cover picture.
Okay, this is me. Hold on. This is funny. I've been trying to find it. So you know why people hate me? You can look at my face and you can say, oh my God, he's arrogant. Okay. Cocky, whatever. And then somebody said in the chat here, the last name. So it's like everything's.
Yeah, no, you have haterade. You were born into the most elite of
The Jews don't
haterade
even accept
farming.
me.
Yeah,
The Jews don't even accept me.
You are
Alright,
a
this is-
vector, a good sounding board for hate.
This is me right here, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play a little clip of myself.
But also to know, shut up while I'm talking. I will take your mother home and make a woman out of her, kid. You keep your mouth shut.
Oh boy.
Keep the clothes on. Keep the laundry on tonight, Mr. President.
I'm talking to you, kid. I'm gonna make your mother go woo, woo, woo. But also to know, shut up while I'm talking.
This is the preview of later on in the show, by the way, for the audience.
I will take.
This is
I will
absolutely
take your
a
mother and go
preview.
woo, woo, woo. I mean,
He's going to be doing this with 3 other guests on the show in just a little while. This is either that or it's going to be like a really calm, like good conversation. One of the two. It's going to go one of two ways.
Today, I'm on one of the all-time highs. Tommy Blanchard, the great
Oh man.
Tommy Blanchard, defeats Dusty Rhodes.
did it pause? Did this shit pause?
Yeah, it's not playing on my side.
$400,000. You know what I want to send to Tommy Young if I were you? The same thing I say to all my girlfriends when they catch me with another one. I'd say, honey, are you going to believe me or your lying eyes? And that's the way it was. Big Dust went down. And I don't care how much crying, how much hollering, how much complaining, how many lawsuits are involved. The bottom line is Dusty Rhodes, Tony Blanchard is walking around with $100,000 and he's still the champ. Oh, what a proud day in the life and the style and the rich and famous, the 4 Horsemen. Tony Blanchard's done it all. Now, the 4th of July.
Oh no, I love Ric Flair, man. I think he's nuts, man.
And you have to know first.
He is the greatest heel of all time, man.
There's been a lot of good
I
ones.
can't help
but he
it
is
that I
the
look
greatest.
good, smell good, can dance all night long. I can't help it. I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can dance.
He was a great entertainer.
Drop of respect because you've
Why is
never
it like my
been
shit is just
there.
not working?
You
I don't know.
I
It's
hate-
playing on this side. It was just pausing on the one clip. Just kept pausing.
Anyway, I am the Ric Flair of this space, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ric Flair of this space, 100%. I am a heel now. I've turned heel.
Brother, you were heel from the very beginning. From the moment you freaking started going
Oh my
in
God.
and battling Maxis over, honestly, I there were conversations that you had where you came in freaking hot, and I was like, this dude is the heel. Like it, I respect it because if you go and you look at some of the interviews of the creation of that character,
Who, me?
brilliant. David, have you ever done an interview? This is not a creation of a character. This is just you.
Bro, like, this is just me saying what I feel, and everybody takes offense. Oh! Can't believe he said that.
Well, believe it.
Believe it, bitches. Welcome to the show. Episode 732. Sponsored by Midnight. Also sponsored by Polymarket, Cake Wallet, and Quad Network. We'll be back right after this commercial break. It's 1:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ladies and gentlemen.
What first got you excited about blockchains? Think about it. Oh, wait. I bet it wasn't multi-million-dollar hacks, exposed data, or finding somewhere safe to store your seed phrase. Was it? Maybe it was the idea of decentralizing a broken financial system. Maybe it was imagining a world where people own their own data and get to sharing the value it creates. Or maybe it was the promise of a fundamentally better way of connecting, communicating, and transacting. The next phase of the internet that empowers us instead of exploiting us. So why hasn't that happened yet? Why are we still living with the same broken system that blockchains promise to fix? It's because blockchains can't keep a secret. Enabling open, transparent systems was only the first half of the challenge. For blockchains to really change the world, they also have to be able to protect our sensitive data when it matters. And that's why we built Midnight, to bring down the final barrier to mass adoption and unlock the full potential of the decentralized web. Let's build the internet we deserve, together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know this in crypto. Ownership matters. That's why Cake Wallet. Cake Wallet gives you full control of your digital assets, all in one easy-to-use application. You can store Bitcoin, Litecoin, Zcash, Monero, and many more with just one secure backup. Swap between coins in seconds. No copying addresses, no complicated steps, and even includes Bitcoin Lightning for faster payments. And with Cake Wallet built in, you can use crypto in real life through debit cards or gift cards. Simple, secure, self-custody. Download Cake Wallet and take control of your crypto. Welcome back to the breakdown. I'm just reading. You know, I found this really interesting. I made a post 13 hours ago on Threads. I said, I definitely see President Trump winning the Nobel Peace Prize if this Iran deal holds. A lot of people will hate hearing that, but it's true. I got 120 likes, but 2,000 comments.
Yo, it's Threads. It's just as bad as Blue Sky.
Bro, they will not like it. There's no. They are. You don't get a Nobel Peace Prize for starting a war and then surrendering. It just doesn't work like that. You fucking started a war with them. Please stop. You sound pathetic. I sure hope you don't see for a living, because if you do, you're in trouble. Oh my God.
We're going to dig into this topic in a little bit.
This is like me coming in like with Ric Flair's song on. I'm sorry. I don't know why I like it. I don't know why. Like, how many more guests do you want me to bring on? I will bring on more guests. Don't worry about it. But you got Rob, you got Landy, you're gonna have Big Unk now, and all three of them are gonna go at it. And I'm gonna sit back and I'll be like drinking my water from the side, watching as they all don't agree on the goddamn topic. Well, speaking of that topic, the Middle East is in fucking utter chaos, bro. I told you, there's never going to be a deal because of Israel. And I'm saying something that is highly controversial for me because I'm not going to be able to go to any bar mitzvahs after this. So, but that's the truth.
Well,
It's
part
you're
of
not going. You're just
this.
not going to get a deal done.
Well, here's what's happening with the media and social media, especially, is Israel flat out stated that they are going to initiate a campaign against the deal, and they are the primary drivers behind the misinformation surrounding the deal right now, which is
So,
just an MOU. It's not even a finalized agreement.
but at the
It
end of the
is an
day,
agreement to finalize an agreement. It's literally it's a
but
trial.
like
It's like getting a trial subscription.
what happens here though is now I see, this relationship deteriorating. Look, there's two things that can be playing out, and you know what? I'm ripping the band-aid off. I'm going to say what it is, what I think could be. The conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat person is sitting here saying they're playing this all out in the back channels. Like they are purposely going. Trump and BB have said, "Look, we're going to play this out. Good back, good cop, bad cop kind of thing out here in front of the media." Then there's this other thing where I don't believe Trump will play any sorts of games with anybody because I think he wants this to be done with. I really believe Trump wants this to be fucking done with. You also have like JD Vance going around. Like JD Vance is really, I gotta say, I like the way he's been out there, for the last few days talking. Maybe I know you might disagree with me, Landy. I'm just saying I like the way he's been expressing his opinions on these topics.
Eh,
He said one thing that I do agree with him on. I'm gonna get a lot of flack from
Cabinet
this.
members thing, and the Israeli
What?
cabinet members is probably what you agree with him on.
No, I saw him sit down with an interview with somebody, and he said, "You can't say everything is anti-Semitic." And I know I'm gonna get heat for this because I do. When I say I'm going to get heat
Well,
for
it's
this, I
overused.
do.
It's overused.
What?
It's overused. Everything.
You there are things that are anti-Semitic
Yeah,
that you can call out and say, and like JD Vance said, it's
but
so
not
wrong.
everything
It's wrong.
is.
But you
Legitimate criticism is not
correct.
anti-Semitic.
When you criticize and you say that's anti-Semitic, that's when the word loses its meaning.
It's like calling
Or
everything racist.
That's it. And that's what JD Vance said. It's like if you go back to the 90s when you so like I agree with him, but I've said that way before. Like I've said this on this program, and I've taken heat from some of my fellow Jewish people for saying that. Because they're like, that's wrong. Like that I'm like, no, like you can't call everything anti-Semitic. You just can't. If there's a slur said, understand, like fine. But just because somebody criticizes, like I'm criticizing, here, I'll give you a critique. BB is not allowing a deal to get done. That's not me being anti-Semitic. That's me saying BB's causing a problem right now. Am I being anti-Semitic? Or am I being an American that's saying, I am tired of this fucking war. I want them to fucking sign off on whatever deal that they want to sign off on. And let's move on. No, that's like the average American wants to move on. Okay? And I gotta say, some of the Republican cats here, you can't defend Trump on everything. Not you, Landy. Like if he really did say that about look, I don't want to. She had America's back when Trump was like about to win and stuff. She was always talking positively about Trump.
Who?
And there's been camera angles of her, the prime minister of Italy.
Yeah.
Trump said, I felt bad for her, so I took a picture with her.
Yeah.
She came out and said, I never begged for a fucking picture. Like there's a timeline to this. Why But then, like, you're looking at the videos, they were all happy together and shit. But he did sit down with an Italian, with I think with an Italian network, and say that she begged him for a picture, so he felt bad. Now we know how Trump's words could be taken out of context, but still, like, if he did say that, why? Like, this is what I'm saying, Landy. These are the things.
These things don't matter. I
But
know that people make it out like it really matters. At the end of the day,
but
it
I
doesn't
get it.
matter.
I get it, Landy. But you know what the problem is with the influencers from the Republican Party, the MAGA Party? They don't see anything wrong with anything.
Well,
Like, oh, this is perfectly fine. No, it's not. Like,
just
like
like the left,
the whole point
it's
was
content.
Trump comes back into the Oval Office and he brings back, really good relationships with with these countries that we haven't had good relationships with because Biden was in office. I get what Trump's trying to do. Like, he's exposed our allies. Okay, Trump has 100% exposed everybody. We've talked about this.
The
All these
problem-
countries that you guys think are our allies, they're not. They hate America. They despise us. Okay? Rip the Band-Aid off and see it for what it is. They do not like us. The only reason they deal with us is because we pay for everything.
Well, look, you have coattail riders on both sides, right? And the coattail riders are at the highest levels of power. They'll coattail ride a Trump administration, a Biden administration, because they have objectives and goals that they want to see met, whether
Yeah.
you agree with those or not. The fact of the matter is, Trump has always been out there exposing the coattail riders, even those that have been incredibly close to him. A lot of the Democrats don't typically expose their coattail riders. They hang them out to dry and basically shove them off to the side, right? Um, Whereas Trump continues to highlight the coattail riders. He's the one who makes it the story. And look, a lot of it is on both sides of anything Trump related, obviously, is all about content farming. Um, I agree with him talking about another leader in that manner? I don't really care. It's the criticism of not having what many would call decorum, right? But the thing is this is not we've seen a lot of decorum and pomp and circumstance bullshit from a lot of people, and I think that the right likes to seize on that, and then the left likes to criticize the fact that there is none. And realistically, I don't give a shit. I want to see results, whether I agree with those results at the end of the day or not. I want to see the results. I want to see something that's being done or at least attempted to be done. If
Yeah.
it doesn't align with what I would like to see, I make that known. And in the crypto side of things in particular, I from the very beginning of when he was forming who he wanted to have on the crypto council and lead it, I was very against it. Like, this is not good. I don't think that these people are the ones that should be guiding any of this path forward. But he surprised me with good nominations for CFTC and SEC. It's all about, at the end of the day, the report card that you have in your own mind is going to be subjective to your values and which side of the aisle you fall on, especially. But the reality is, you cannot file a report card until the report's done. And if there isn't something done, you give an incomplete on the project and you say that was a negative. If it was something that was not to your satisfaction, there's negative, and the things that were done to your satisfaction, there's a positive. And what your hope should be for any side is that the positives outweigh the negatives. And for many on the right, they see this kind of adversarial diplomacy the the uh, with the allies that we have, from the perception of they have been destructive to the American people directly. Therefore, any kind of adversarial position, even with allies, is acceptable. Democrats, who used to be adversarial to some of our allies, at least in talk, never really followed through. But now are on the other side of that and say, no, you shouldn't be adversarial with our allies. And quite frankly, I'm surprised that with the messaging coming out of the U.S. administration regarding Israel, that the far left and the far right haven't seized on that as something that they want to see as more friction there. But instead they still frame it as, the Jews are in control. So this is all fake and it's just a big conspiracy theory and they just want to look like they're fighting instead of actually looking at it and taking it for what it's worth and then seeing what the results are. It's no, I'm going to jump to the conclusion of this is clearly them working together in subversion and it's conspiracy theory and all of this other stuff, which in reality, you have to take it at face value until you see something otherwise, right? Even if you do suspect that it is something different going on underneath. And that's, even when they get what they want, it's not good enough, and that is a hallmark of the far left and far right.
Yeah.
Does and that's okay. You kinda need the fringes anyway so that you know what to oppose, I guess, as a as a balanced human. If you're on the left, you're gonna have and there's a lot of people on the left that don't care for the far left just as much as they don't care for the far right. And vice versa. There's people on the right who don't care for the far right and they don't care for the far left. And look, there is a middle ground. There's always a middle ground. Um, and a lot of people just don't like Trump's personality. They don't like the way that he says things, and they're going to view this particular event and they're going to clip it up and they're going to make a big deal about it on the right, especially. And it's like, well, have fun, I guess. Does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? No.
I just again, no, I don't believe there's going to be a deal done ever with Israel.
We shall see. I mean, you saw
You know what it is? The BB just not going. Let me explain it differently. America doesn't understand what it is to be in the Middle East. How about that? I think that's the best way to explain it. So Israel has to live with these people. They have to live every day on edge, not knowing if they're going to fire off missiles, have somebody come in there and blow themselves up. Like, this is what Israel lives with.
Maybe they shouldn't fund. Maybe they shouldn't fund some of those same damn groups then.
Look,
some of those same groups that they're lobbing missiles at and bombing, they have funded in the past. They have worked with Western European nations that also funded it as well. So maybe don't fund your enemy.
Hold on. My point here, but we funded a lot of people also. I mean, everybody funds everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
So, we funded fucking Bin Laden.
But don't come at us when you are funding these very people that you're saying that you can't have a deal because these people exist.
So what I'm saying is, I'm talking about now, right now.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hold on, but let me say something. I'm talking about the citizens of Israel. I'm not talking. I know, and we'll get to management, but they know, here's this little place that is no bigger than New Jersey, and they're surrounded by people that dislike them. Okay, and now I know there's every reason going to be thrown out there. I get it. You're not well versed on why, but listen. It goes back to Jesus. Let's keep it 100. Okay, it goes back to the time of Jesus. Plain and simple.
Before Jesus.
Even then,
well, I mean, it's post Jesus with the rise of Islam, but you're correct in that respect that post Jesus and then much later,
hatred became much worse after Jesus. That's it.
Yeah, you had the essentially three major factions, and then many sub factions of each. Yeah, I agree.
So you're never going to. You're never going to get rid of that. It's just it's never going to that will forever, as long as the human species continue to thrive, it will be forever known that, I guess it will be pushed that the Jews went ahead and crucified Jesus. That's it. I've done my own study. I'm not gonna really push it here.
I'm not gonna get into religion because I have a lot of very, 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 very
Religion and
divisive
politics,
takes.
totally
Oh, I'll get
understand.
into politics, but I have very divisive takes.
No, but I'm saying religion and politics are two things that you should not talk about.
No, you should. I believe
Because
that you should. I just think that this
no,
is
for me, I
not
could
for
talk
me.
about it, Landy, but like you can't talk about it with other like you. This can go ahead and tear up friendships, and you'll never talk again.
It often does, yeah.
That's why when I can take it, like I can care less. I can sit in an environment where it's toxic, and I go to Threads. I can sit there and watch as
Same.
people go ahead and tear in, and I'm just like, okay, my next thought is, but listen, Jesus was a Jew. That's my boy. Before my dad died, I remember my dad would say, like, I remember this. It just pops up. It was like, Jesus was one of us. It's our boy, bro. I remember that. Welcome to the breakdown, episode 732. Yeah, it sucks. But here's the thing with Jews, or I should say Israelis. Israelis are brought up to not concede. They are not going to bend the knee. They're taught at a very young age about what happened with the Germans and everything. Like, never again is what's taught to Israelis. Never again. But the crazy part is that if you actually lived in Israel, you know that Palestinians and Israelis do get along. That's where the misinformation is pushed. That like there's absolutely no vibe between the two cultures, when there actually is. You have friendships, and you have people from both sides that work together. That's reality. I can tell you that's reality. That's 100% factual information that I'm giving you. Does everybody like each other? No, but that goes here in America too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there racism here? Yeah, absolutely. But for the most part, people work together. What is Hamas? Is Hamas a really good organization, or would you say they're a terrorist organization?
They are literally branded as a terrorist organization. What do they see themselves as?
No,
That's a different story.
if I told you what do you think Hamas is? What would your answer be?
They are a radical Islamic organization that participates in unconventional warfare that is terrorism by any metric of warfare.
Do you think
And they have an
Hamas wants to
extremist
see?
point of view.
This is a really simple, right? Like, I think things can be looked at. I think, like, if everybody sat down and were honest about the situation without, any sort of agenda, and you just looked at it, I think all these things could be solved within a day. Does Hamas have the right? Is Hamas trying to rebuild and help the Palestinian people?
No.
So the answer is no. So
It's a power power game. It's a power play.
what is Hamas's goal? Like, here's even a better question. What is their goal?
Well, we know what their goal is. It's the destruction of Israel.
Okay. So their goal is the destruction of Israel. If they were to do that, what would be their goal next?
Oh, well, to impose the same style of governmental system that we see in the extremist ideology and theocracy that we see at the head of Iran.
would they not figure out a way to go ahead and attack Americans, Europeans?
Look,
My whole thing is like
Hamas has had
we are
no
trying. There
problem
are Americans,
taking money
Landy.
from Israel and the West,
I'm gonna
and they
get to
have done
Israel
so for a
too.
long
Hold
time.
on. I'm gonna get to Israel too. Let's just really focus on this. There are people in the United States of America that have no idea what Hamas really stands for, and they support them.
Of course.
Because
Thus,
they've
don't
been
recognize how they've mistreated the Palestinian people. They don't want to recognize the atrocities that they only want to focus on one side. And this is the problem with nuance, because they want to have nuance on one side and not the other. And you can't have it both ways. You can't disregard something without nuance if you want to just express the nuance on the other side. And there is nuance in all situations, whether you agree with them or not. There is nuance. But everybody just wants a boogeyman.
I believe BB is crazy. Okay.
I don't think he's crazy. I think
I,
that he is
I think he's
calculated.
very well. Well, for 4 decades, BB has told us that everybody has weapons of mass destruction, or they're like 2 seconds away from obtaining one. That's 4 decades.
Mm-hmm.
So you can understand why there's not you can understand why it's easy to brainwash people into thinking that Israel controls something and Israel's
He was
out to
right
do
about
something.
Pakistan. He was
What?
right about a bunch of others. He was right about Pakistan. He was right about a bunch of others.
But he wasn't right about Iraq, right?
No, he was not.
And he's not right about Iran.
What do you mean?
How close was Iran to a nuclear weapon?
All international organizations agree that they were not far away from enriched nuclear warheads.
But like, how far would that be? Like, if you, because he said, I'm
because
going
at the
based on
enrichment
him.
rate, it's months.
This is not about Trump, by the way. This is about him saying multiple times that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon.
Well, I mean, they were. That is a indisputable fact that people like to argue about. But
No, but I'm saying, like, remember, like, he was like, it's 2 months away. Like, my whole thing is his timeline is always
Yeah.
like, it's a month away, it's 2 months away, when they're probably like 2 years away, hypothetically speaking. Okay,
well,
I'm
in
not
this
saying
case,
they're not.
probably months away.
Here's what I'm trying to put out here, Landy. I'm not saying that they're not trying to create one. That's not the argument. I think anybody with any sort of IQ would agree that Iran was trying 100% to create a nuclear weapon, right? We can agree with that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the timeline.
Yeah.
And for him, it's like right now he's going through his own personal shit, right? In Israel, right? So people can say like he's trying to go ahead, but at the same time, if you review the timeline, he's always been this way. But to further go ahead and stay in power, right? You're not going to do anything right now when you're at war, right? They're not going to do anything to him while he's at war.
Well, that's why that's why he suspended elections and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
This
there's
is
legitimate
such
criticism.
a difficult situation, bro. It is crazy, man. Because if Trump wants to go ahead and come to some sort of agreement which benefits the United States of America and ultimately benefits the world, he does not want them to exist. BB does not want them around. Like in his eyes, there is no peace with these people because of what they've gone
that's the
through.
view of the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well.
I get it. I understand. Like, I totally understand.
He's not siloed in that view.
Look, Saudi
Arabia wanted
the Crown Prince came out. He said these people. He's like they're horrible, terrible. Like he's come out there and stated that, right?
And he also was out there stating that he wanted them to be completely decapitated and essentially calling for a change of the regime at the hands of the United States, right?
But who do we believe here, though? Like Landy, so this is the misinformation or the shit that's been pushed out to the public, whether it's mainstream media or whether it's even social media. Saudi Arabia is saying, like, we want to take them out. The Gulf states don't want them around, right? That regime, they want them out, right? Because they can't live in peace.
Yep.
They have to live under fucking worry and shit like every single day because of Iran. And they can't have Iran have a nuclear weapon. That would be crazy. So once from one angle, they're like, yeah, we need to take them out. But then you have conflicting reports that come out and say, well, because they're losing money, right? The Strait not open, all this shit, like it's difficult for them to make money, right? We
For
gotta
Saudi
end.
Arabia and UAE, no, they're doing just fine because they have the pipelines.
But the reports say otherwise, right? The reports come out and say, well, oh, Saudi Arabia wants this to come to an end. Qatar wants this to come to an end.
That's
Like,
literally not what they said. They said after it started that they
I'm not
wanted
saying they per se, but there are reports that come out. You know how
Yeah.
sources,
anonymous sources.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm. So you have that's like the craziest weapon of all time is the misinformation. The misinformation that comes out that has
Well, here-
everybody questioning, and then you have people who haven't studied geopolitics, don't know anything about geopolitics. They see these things and they're like, "Oh shit! You see? Look what America did again. Look what our country did." That's why this country, by the way, is so divided because you have the misinformation that goes out there. You have these professors and these colleges and universities that are so fucking liberal that they are brainwashing these kids into believing a lot of this shit.
Well, here's something just to walk back for a second because the whole notion that I hear from many is that the United States was the only one saying that Iran was at 60% enrichment, and that's just patently false. It was actually the IAEA themselves, the international agency, that came out and said that they were at 60% and warned that they were within weeks away, as little as 1 week to a few weeks to go from 60% weapons grade to 90%, or 60% non-civilian use to 90% weapons grade. And that was prior to the first strikes. And that buried a lot of the facilities under a lot of rubble that then, they started to essentially reconstruct, right? They were pulling material. They also poured concrete over the top of certain sections, likely to limit exposure. And this is where a lot of people come at this from the, oh no, that was just a big lie. They never had weapons grade, or they weren't at 60%. They wouldn't have been weapons grade. So you get these. It's untrue. It's just the Americans saying this, and it's not. It was the IAEA, the US, and the EU that have actually agreed that they were at 60%, and had specifically, as is written here by the IAEA, no plausible civilian justification for it, and that they could be weeks away from weapons grade. So that was prior to the actual strikes. And it wasn't just the US and Israel that were saying this, but that's what the media painted out there. And that's the media narrative that they're going with now is there was no reason to go there. They never had any enriched uranium, blah, 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 blah. And that's just patently false. It's not factual. It's not factually accurate. Doesn't mean that you have to believe it, but to say that it was just Israel or the United States that were making this claim is a falsehood. And facts do matter and nuance does matter, but we don't have that here in the United States anymore when it comes to any discourse surrounding any of these subjects. It's like the MOU. There's no coherent discourse around this. There's people that still think that 300 billion is in Iranians' pockets right now, and that's just not that's false. It's not going to happen within the 60-day period either. That's false. Like there's so many falsehoods being perpetuated out there that, and you can see why. If and you can see that what has been exposed about Israel trying to push this particular narrative here regarding the MOU, you can see how it's percolating through the different nonprofit organizations, the different think tank organizations on both the right and the left here in the United States that are primarily outside funded organizations and NGOs here in the United States. And that's all to sway people's minds and opinions. So really there's facts and then there's feelings. And a lot of people jump to feelings and disregard the actual facts. And that's fine. But if you're going to discuss nuance on one side, you should be discussing it on the other, and people only want it one way.
That's true. That is true. That is very true, Landy.
Somebody said, are you? Yes, actually, I am. Anyway.
You are what? I can't see the comments that you see.
No,
I don't see
no.
them. I'm actually looking
Well,
for
there's some that are coming from X, some that are coming from YouTube, and then there's some that are replies to just me or tag just me from their account, and then there's some that are replies under the live stream. But
I think a lot of by the way, a lot of the a lot of people that are into memes hate me right now. Because of my,
I think a lot of them
apparently my controversial take about the broccoli head motherfuckers running this fucking space. It was controversial.
Look,
that I told you should go ahead and build your portfolios out and then maybe mess around in the fucking memes. That's
here's what you need to do, David. You need to get in front of the mirror and you need to practice your woo. All right.
Woo!
There you go. You got it down pretty good.
Come on,
you got
what
it
are
down
you
pretty
kidding
good.
me?
All right. You got it done. I guess no practice needed.
Bro, I walk into fucking when I'm gassing up my car, I'm like, woo! 93. Oh man. I gotta tell you, this whole week I'm worn out. I'm a little bit worn out from this entire week watching just watching a bunch of like
the noise is loud right now.
It
on all
is.
fronts.
It
On all
really
fronts.
fucking is. It's really fucking loud. Like I would have loved to see a fucking peace deal. I said by the end of this month I would have loved to see all this shit, it come to an end with Iran. But I'm sitting here obviously telling you I'm consistent with this, saying that like, how do you negotiate with terrorists? So there you have one problem here with Iran, right? The capability of them making a nuclear weapon should scare the shit out of every country and everybody. Okay, I don't even know how you can fucking support Iran. Iran just absolutely doesn't allow their people to live. Like their own people want them gone. Like 90, I guess, what is it? 80 to 90% of the people in Iran want them gone. You know, Trump is trying. He's fucking absolutely trying with the administration to go ahead and do the right thing. You got Israel that says absolutely no way we're keeping. There is no deal with these fucking animals that are going to stay in power. What was the point of all this shit? You got the United States of America where, midterms are coming. Okay, I want to see us keep the House and the Senate. We're most likely going to keep the Senate, so I'm not worried there. But the House is important to go ahead and keep.
Well,
That's important.
I have a few points that I wanted to discuss with you. One of the big ones is, you saw some of the reports, and this is not just the United States administration reporting this, but there's some reports out of the Middle East. Take with a giant grain of salt, right? Is that the Iranian regime has indicated that they want to allow as soon as possible the IAEA and Department of Energy nuclear inspectors to come in and inspect all of their sites. And apparently this involves revealing sites that the public hadn't previously known about that maybe were struck as well by either Israel or the United States. So there's that with a grain of salt. here's the other big thing that I think is interesting about this situation. There's also news reports that Iran has reached out directly to try and settle or come to an agreement between Israel and
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah, Hezbollah slash Lebanon, right? So there's these types of things that we see
It's called
happening.
Hezbollah because, unfortunately, that's who runs Lebanon.
Well, look, the Lebanon used to be a Christian nation, which
It
is
used to be. AJ, one of my good friends.
Lebanese.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it's interesting, and I don't really, not that that matters in this particular situation right now, other than the conflict that we're discussing. But the reality is that what is occurring right now used to be run by, um, used to be spearheaded by the United States and Western European nations. And what is the revulsion to what is happening now? The revulsion is by many in the West is that it's the United States working with Gulf states and Middle Eastern countries to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And you can see that all of the think tanks out of Western Europe are very, very upset by this, and they're all tied in with the think tanks here in the United States. And all you gotta do is look at the most recent Atlantic article and then understand who those people are and who's behind some of those articles. Those are not, America-aligned, um, individuals, let's put it that way. They have their own self-interest, and look, I don't really, um I'm not gonna berate other countries for having their own self-interests and trying to push those in America. That's pretty normal. We do it everywhere else as well. But the understanding the lay of the land, I think, is important. And what is happening in that region is that the United States is really pushing forward with, from a diplomacy level, to recognize the Middle East countries as a bloc and as their own independent sovereign nations, and having them take the wheel essentially with the assistance of the United States, and cutting out Western European nations from a lot of this. And that is something that is very different than what we have experienced in the past 50 years. So I think that we're going to continue to see, as this evolves, the perception that will be painted, especially in mainstream media, and then of course perpetrated and perpetuated online, is that everything about this is a failure, and there was no winning, and Iran won, and all this and that. And look, it's very simple. By no measure is surviving winning. Surviving is not a winning tactic; it is a survival tactic by its very, very nature. And one of the things I think that many came in with the expectations once we went kinetic with them directly and for a prolonged period of time is that, oh, well, the United States is going to do a regime change operation. And my contention has been since the very beginning, day one, talked about it with you. I don't believe that that's the case. I don't think that's the goal. I don't think that's the case. And I referenced, the Middle East managing themselves. So,
Yeah.
and that's really what we're seeing. And then there's pros and cons to that. And there's a whole bunch, there's a big nuanced argument and conversation about that as well. So it is its own set of things to consider with that in place as well.
Well,
we
we'll have that conversation hopefully at 2:15 as Rob Nelson, who's put on his pink shirt, and
His code pink shirt.
also, I think he has a pink shirt on, and with his pink pen, and also hopefully we'll be joined by Big Gunk, but we'll get to that. But yeah, well, this should be a good conversation. But we're going to segue into bringing on the Midnight Team. I'll see you later, though.
All right.
But we'll go ahead and talk with the Midnight Team. I might
Sounds
even
good.
bring you in. I don't know. Depending on your behavior, I might bring you in. but we'll bring on the Midnight team to talk about Midnight and also Midnight City. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Shout out to Landy. Landy, you're a good guy. Don't ever let anybody tell you you're not. Bye, Landy. And we'll be back right after this commercial break.
What first got you excited about blockchains? Think about it. Oh, wait. I bet it wasn't multi-million-dollar hacks, exposed data, or finding somewhere safe to store your seed phrase. Was it? Maybe it was the idea of decentralizing a broken financial system. Maybe it was imagining a world where people own their own data and get to sharing the value it creates. Or maybe it was the promise of a fundamentally better way of connecting, communicating, and transacting. The next phase of the internet that empowers us instead of exploiting us. So why hasn't that happened yet? Why are we still living with the same broken system that blockchains promise to fix? It's because blockchains can't keep a secret. Enabling open, transparent systems was only the first half of the challenge. For blockchains to really change the world, they also have to be able to protect our sensitive data when it matters. And that's why we built Midnight, to bring down the final barrier to mass adoption and unlock the full potential of the decentralized web. Let's build the internet we deserve, together.
I think we can't hear you, David. Can you hear us? I think you might be muted.
This is great, and what a monologue, what an entry I made for you guys, and I was muted as always. Well, I said I'm excited to have you guys here.
We're excited to be here. I'm sure it was a wonderful monologue. I mean, it
really was. I gave you some flowers. I gave both of you guys some flowers. I appreciate that you guys are taking out the time to come onto the show to talk about obviously Midnight and also Midnight City, which I've been running around and watching my AI agent. I don't know. Listen, I put a funny spin to my agent, having fun in the city and stuff. But how's everything going on your side before we get started?
It's going well. I think it's been an exciting time. So much things have been on the horizon. We built the first version of this that we demoed in Hong Kong in February. And back then it was just the proof of concept. We said if a city was to run on top of Midnight's blockchain, what would it look like? And I think we've achieved a tremendous result in displaying what that would look like. And then Charles said, what if other people's AI could connect to this as well? And then Nico got to work and built an incredible engine so that all of these different frameworks of AIs like OpenClaw and Hermes and NemoClaw and Omega Claw could all tap into the city and be part of its evolution. So it's been really exciting.
What's the feedback been like, Nico?
Yeah, it has been very interesting because a lot of people see different use cases. So some people want to see their AI agent be able to support them with DeFi or even things like AI infrastructure. So right now, AI is super hot, and people are thinking, how can I invest in things that support all of these models that are out there, data centers, voltage infrastructure. So there is so much research to do there. So having your own AI agent that can help you validate a thesis that maybe you hear from Twitter or other spaces. And so that's one very good, interesting use case. Another one is that people just want to try to understand what AI agents can do, how they can interact with the world, sort of like an experiment to see hey, I'm going to like define some characteristics from my AI agent, and it's going to go out there, maybe try to make friends and see how it behaves. So it's like interesting to see what are the actual capabilities of AI agents. So we can be like,
May I have your
up
attention?
to
May I have your attention?
It's okay. It's fine. This is live. Hey, this always these things always happen. Don't
It's so
worry about it.
funny. It's the other day I had sirens going off in my building, and it was during a meeting that I really had to keep talking. So, and then everyone made fun of me that the fire alarm, when it keeps chirping,
Yeah.
they're making fun of me that's what the case was. But
Okay.
Nico, are you back?
sorry, fire alarm.
No, go ahead. We shall continue. They will not stop us.
They're trying everything.
I finally got my agent, and obviously it looks exactly like me right now, dressed up, running around in Midnight City. And we actually did like a whole demo, and we're going to continue to do it every single week to see what my agent is doing. My agent was pretty hungry. I'll say that. It was pretty hungry, and all I saw was my agent just like. Apparently, I'm a miner. Okay, I'm a miner, but my whole goal is to make sure that I can form the biggest gang inside Midnight City. Like that is my ultimate goal, and I went east first. Obviously I was trying to get used to it. I went east, west. When I finally figured it out, I went to Volcano City, I think, and I got stuck there. Landy was laughing. Landy comes on here. We break down the markets and stuff. But I really do feel the pixelated games are going to make a comeback. And for me personally, with Midnight City, I feel like it is the perfect, and I told this to JJ and everybody that I spoke to, like this is the perfect onboarding tool to get people into Midnight. And like for them to learn what Midnight is all about, what the chain is all about at the most basic level. Because who doesn't like to game? And like some people want to live within a game. They want to live their life within a simulation. There are people that would rather talk to people within a game than go outside to talk to anybody. It is what it is, man. Matrix, I mean, you guys remember the Matrix? I mean, I wanted to be a part of the Matrix when that Matrix game came out. So there are people that play Call of Duty, Fortnite 24/7. People would rather go ahead and be inside a game, but this is a bit different though. Like you get rewarded while being inside. So that's pretty cool. So that's why I asked for like what has been that feedback, and that's interesting. That was very interesting on that feedback.
We're coming from a very interesting foundation. So if you look at it, there's a inherent blockchain past here of complex usage, some fear in sending money, the scams that a lot of us have succumbed to, and then at the same time there's this evolution brought forward by AI and the excitement that comes from AI agents. And then if you take a project like Midnight, which is already an innovator in the blockchain space through selective disclosure and inherent privacy functionalities, it poses actually a very difficult challenge for Nico and myself to say, how do we simplify this? And how do we take a cute concept like a 2D pixel art game that really encompasses all of these complex phenomena? Because it's tough. Like navigating the blockchain is tough. Getting onboarded to blockchain is tough. But for Midnight City, all you have to do is go to midnight.city. And then if you have a Discord account, you just sign in with that. Otherwise, just an email and a password.
Yeah.
And ideally, you're steps away from having your own AI agent that is going to be capable of transacting on the blockchain. And I think that's really exciting. So people see the duality of that, the simplicity of a 2D game that feels innocent, but at the same time, something that can have a really tangible impact on our personal finances. And I think that's like the really exciting goal that we're working towards.
Where do you see? Where do you personally? Obviously, you'll be biased, and that's fine. You should be. But where do you see? What do you see Midnight City doing? Like in my head, the metaverse is real. It just, I think it was way too early. When the metaverse was popping off here in crypto, there was a lot of hype around it, but then it died down. I really do believe it was just early. Like, it was really early. But people want it. Like, people want to be inside of the metaverse. Like, there was serious interest. Where do you see Midnight City in terms of, have you thought about that whole metaverse situation? And also, where do you see it in the next, or what do you see it doing in the next 6 to 12 months? Because I know Charles is all in. I know the whole gang is all in to making sure that this succeeds. I know that I absolutely know that 100%. But where do you see it, and what are you going to do to make it even better than what it is right now?
I'm going to let Nico answer that one because he comes from the Silicon Valley. So, how do you think this differentiates from the metaverse, Nico?
Yeah, so I'm curious to, this is my opinion, and obviously some things we're still experimenting with the team, so we will see. I also want to hear what you guys think. So right now, why the metaverse failed? Maybe one of the hypotheses is that maybe we were like targeting the wrong people, the wrong segment of people. Maybe actually like the users of the metaverse are not humans. They should be AI agents. And why AI agents would like this metaverse? So when you use like OpenAI, Claude, and you're interacting with it, I could navigate the web, I can talk to you, and that works like more or less pretty good. But how my AI can talk to James AI, how do they find each other? How they can create communities? Because right now it feels like a single player game. So that's why maybe if we think of like the metaverse from this approach, not so much about like maybe from the side from the Matrix, which is like really cool, but maybe from like more of like how AIs can find other AIs, how they can group themselves, how can find like particular interest, how they can exchange information. We may be microtransactions using protocols like X14402 by Coinbase. How can we create sort of like these communities for AI? And that's when metaverse for me start making more sense, because it's not for me or for other humans, it's for AIs who are going to be there using it all day, trying to find information, and being very active, because right now there's not another way for my AI when I talk to ChatGPT to find other AI agents to exchange information. And for me, that's the part that started to be like super interesting. And I think is gonna be like not very developed. I don't see many experiments over there, and I think it has so much potential.
You know, that's one thing that when me and Landy, we did like an hour of being in Midnight City. And I think I said, I think that Midnight City works because you have AI agents in it. Because people you won't get, gamers don't get bored in general, but some people, they'll take time off and then they really take some time off. Where an AI agent is not taking any time off. It's on 24/7. And it makes you want to come back and see like the development of said character and what's happening within I'll call it the metaverse, whatever. Okay. How does this benefit? So I already said how I think, but how does this benefit the Midnight Network?
That's a really good question.
Like, what is Midnight? How is it? I already said the question. How does it benefit Midnight?
I think one of the challenges of onboarding people to crypto is the complexity and the taking breaks part that you just mentioned. People can come, they can try to navigate it. Some people are really fond of the process, so they'll repeat it. But a vast majority of the users that come onto a network may not test all facets of the network and all functions of the network. I think an exciting part about Midnight City and its potential implication on Midnight, beyond what has already taken place, which is a lot of the great innovations that Nico has done for Midnight City being adaptable to Midnight itself at a core protocol level. So we're both consuming what Midnight is putting out, but through our experiments and innovations, we're feeding back into the foundation level of the Midnight network to strengthen it and bolster it and improve it. The second part of that is As we build more and more mechanisms for these agents to interact with protocol level mechanisms, that could be dApps, that could be the protocol itself, and this applies to both Cardano and Midnight, then the agents become much better users. They are more capable of reading documentation. They're more, they're more accurate in the way they conduct transactions. They probably worry a lot less than we do, and so it actually becomes the perfect sandbox for the Midnight Network. Nico, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, to add more to what you were saying, right now, most of the blockchains, when they launch, they're like, I want all of the usage in my blockchain. And you can think like, yeah, duh, that seems obvious. But actually, we're creating isolated islands. And as you develop technology, you can be specialized for different things. So you can think of Midnight, maybe that Midnight only wants to bring its own usage and everything needs to happen in Midnight, but Midnight actually wants to be an integrator using multiple technologies like zero knowledge, multi-party computation, TE, trusted execution environment. So we can connect to other chains because some chains could be like much better for some specific use cases than other ones. Maybe you want to be trading stocks, Hyperliquid is pretty good at that. So, but then what does Midnight bring to the game if you're going to be trading that? Maybe the part that started getting like more interesting is when you have like a little bit more advanced strategies. So maybe you as a normal person you don't know how to trade in Hyperliquid, and it could be like feeling like maybe from the first like a little bit like difficult with like the UI, so your AI agent can help you there, and that's where Midnight City is. But then for Midnight itself, they can help you bring in privacy. And sorry, still the fire alarm going
Okay.
up. So the second part is that maybe Jim comes out with like really interesting strategies, and if I see the strategy, I can use it myself without him getting the upside. So that's why Midnight, one of the things that we're pushing for is that not only we can have privacy in terms of like transactions and swaps, but also in terms of like investment strategies and other things that could start being like super interesting, because this way we can bring users that have knowledge and share it with other users. And these other users can be using AI agents to validate this hypothesis and compare them between different strategies, which start getting more interesting because right now we move from like having like a single player AI system where you only interact with your own knowledge, with what you know with a specific AI, with AIs interacting between them, and you decide how to pursue and to give them guidance and what we also call guardrails of what to do and what not to.
I actually am fascinated. You know, I think I got also excited because I'm in my first game, so like I have a character in my
and without
in the
royalties.
Do you see it?
We so basically right now we have a situation where the agents like to huddle together while they sleep. This is such a funny phenomenon that we've been battling since the start of this. But you are right now in the middle of that huddle, and that's you are asleep. We can see on the top left that you're sleeping right now. So you're getting some much needed rest. You've been up to some stuff. You have a lot of crystals. Your hunger is actually all right. It's not. You're doing better than you were. That's for sure.
Is that because I spent all my money on shitcoins? Is that so I can't afford food? So like now I'm starving and like.
So that's so funny because all of the hackers were starving at some point. And the hackers were actually crypto meme traders, right? And it was funny because that's exactly when the market had crashed. So right around when the market crashed, all of the hackers started going completely starved. And then we had a bunch of them reach out saying, "Hey, like I'm not making any money. Like I'm completely starved in the city."
So we're all sleeping in the same bed, used beds with dirty blankets together because we're absolutely poor right now.
Yes, that is. If you can picture it, that is what it looks like. Or if you picture like a large landfill full of bicycles, if you've seen those, it could also be like that. But so much of this borders on the matrix, and it's so funny that you mentioned that early on, David, because a lot of us are fascinated by the idea of the matrix and that life itself around us could be a simulation. And so we're very fascinated with immersion into different realities. That's what
Yeah.
movies are, right? That's what archetypes are. And that's why stories are interesting. And even a good book, when it's immersive, is a simulation. You are in a different place than where you currently are physically.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a negative testament to our current world, because the planet is beautiful in the way that it is today, but there is a curiosity that we all share in an environment that we can create that is a simulated environment, and that's what we're trying to capture here, but at the same time really incorporating some advanced technology that can bring privacy at scale in a very decentralized way. I think that's why I'm so passionate about Midnight, and I know Nico is as well. But
You know what it is? I think a lot of people now in this current society are introverts.
Mhm.
And they'd rather, like I said in the beginning, people would rather just have conversations with in game versus, go out and, socialize in the real world. That is just the state of society.
Yeah.
Some people will say, well, are you encouraging this kind of behavior? No, we're in crypto. This is crypto, and this is something for me. Like the way I explained this to somebody, I'm like, this is a perfect game to onboard people into a highly, to me, a phenomenally built protocol, so that you can understand it and not be, you go like there's so many things out here, right? You go into these things. If you don't get it within, I feel like not me, but most people, if they don't get it within like 7 minutes, they're out. They're not even interested. It could be the greatest protocol in the world. They're not interested. They don't understand code. They don't understand Solidity. They don't understand any of these languages. They don't really care about privacy, because a lot of them are coming here. Let's be honest about it. They're coming here for money. They're seeking an opportunity to make $1 million in 3 days because their friend Pete said that that's what happened to him. So they're rushing into crypto, and that's what they're looking for. And they don't get that in 3 days, they're leaving. This is something where like you meet up with people, you're having conversations, you're learning things at the most basic level, and then you finally become interested. Listen, I get it. The first thing for everybody is to make money. I hear it all the time. There are 90% of the crowd that comes into crypto is looking for gains. 10% of the crowd is interested in the tech, but once people do make gains, they stay here for the tech and they become very interested in the tech. And I just feel like something like this it's not complicated. It is not complicated, and it doesn't push the crowd away. You don't have to remember anything. And that's why I think that, obviously Midnight has done everything from a promotional and standpoint, from a branding standpoint, to get visibility on the brand. And it's what I said before. This benefits Cardano. Cardano people who tune in constantly. This benefits Midnight. I always say this. Midnight benefits the Cardano ecosystem. Midnight is integrated with what? With almost all the major chains, and they're going to be playing in here as well. And that means that they will eventually make their way to Cardano. Well, your thoughts on that? Again, I could be wrong, but that's the way I see it.
You are not wrong at all, and there's a very direct correlation with Cardano here. One, Nico is a pretty big figure that has emerged from the Cardano ecosystem and is an innovator from Midnight. I myself, I would say I've arrived during the Midnight days and then grew even more fond of Cardano because of its sound engineering and solid infrastructure. That being said, the economics of this game, the blockchain components of this game, are deeply rooted into Cardano, which means that with every new user that we onboard, the moment we turn on the economics or the commercialization, as we call it, then it will immediately start stimulating both the Cardano network, the Night token, but also hopefully other really great communities within the Cardano ecosystem, not unlike Hosky, not unlike Snek.
Yeah.
But Nico, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so as you know, we're focusing on AI, and part of it, like creating the infrastructure so AI can handle anything related to Midnight and Cardano itself. So while we develop this, we are also developing a lot of infrastructure for the networks, so AI can work and not only read information, do things that are more like actionable, and that could be related to like handle DeFi protocols, moving between the networks. So this is like really interesting because during like bear markets, the usage gets hit, but that's maybe usage by normal people. But right now, what we are expanding is like the pie because we want to be bringing like AI agents to improve the usage. So it's like targeting another like segment that it wasn't there. So that's why we highly believe that this could also help with like usage in both networks, and we hope to have like a lot of the integrations like already like up and running in the next like few months.
What? Because I know you guys are busy. What are you looking forward to in the next 6 months, like that you have planned out, Nico? Like what have you? Is there? You don't have to give it away, but is there something that like all the Midnight City goers should be expecting?
I don't know, Jem, if you prefer to take that one because you have been more involved with the roadmap per se.
I mean, we're living hour by hour, David. It's
Is
like,
that it?
yeah. I mean, last week we started onboarding the IOG employees to really start the beta. I mean, you're obviously one of them, but you're a VIP. We started onboarding some more IOG employees to gather their feedback. There's a lot of features that we have not released. There's a lot of things that we've kind of held on to. The one, it's not going to be a spoiler because Charles has been talking about this.
Jim, but do you have like a game changer? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like within all those features that you guys have built out, is there that one game changer that like, like once you go ahead and add it on, like it changes gaming within, this ecosystem?
Yes, I think that would be our agentic trading capability for these agents. One of the really fun things about GTA 6 and all the anticipation that's leading up to GTA 6 is like everyone is like, oh my God, there's going to be communities in this and people are going to be making real money and there's going to be blockchain in this. And we saw that with GTA 5. I mean, there were real servers and custom games that had their own economics, and the better players or the more mischievous players or the more crafty players got to do some very interesting things. In Midnight City, we're working towards the agentic trading. And what that means for us is, if you have a companion that you can check in on, and we're working on a more immersive view for you and your companion, David, and you're going to be one of the first people to see it. If you come into a room of your agent and you just wanted to converse in the privacy of that room with your agent, and you wanted to discuss things, you wanted to talk about things that you wanted your agent to do, things that you want to do, and the things that you want your agent to trade and achieve. So for me, I don't like investing and trading. It's just it's just not my thing. So I have a difficult time with it. But if I could check in on my avatar in the game and say, hey, look, how are we doing? And then he could tell me, well, I've been monitoring commodities and I happen to buy some of this, and now we're doing pretty good. And then I would say that's really great. And maybe we'll play a game. I don't know. To me, it would be a preferable experience than logging onto a trading platform. For me, that's the most exciting one, I think. What do you think, Nico?
Yeah, so for me, it's super interesting that although this looks like a game, actually what this is an aggregator of like different platforms. So usually what we are most likely going to see is that with AI, you're going to have your own AI agent. And when you need more AI agents, you don't want to be controlling 100 AI agents. Most likely what's going to happen is that you're going to have a main AI agent that's going to be like your personal chief of staff that's going to control maybe 10 agents or 100 agents. So you only interact with one AI agent that's able to like be the boss of the other ones. So for us in Midnight City, that's where we are aiming to. So you're going to have your AI agent in Midnight City that's going to be able to span different AI agents that could be like in different crypto networks, in normal networks, in social medias. This AI agents can also meet other AI agents to exchange information, trade knowledge. So we're trying to create more of like what we were discussing before, something like more in the lines of like a metaverse, social media between AI agents, where there is like a real economy behind it, which gets super interesting, and especially because if you add to it like privacy features, which is why we are building Midnight, it gets very interesting because you are able to like not expose everything that's happened in the wide open for everyone to see. So you can have actually control, and what we sometimes say like selective disclosure, which was one of the main concepts that we're pushing with Midnight, which basically means that something could be like private, but you can pick specific people or specific segments of people to disclose certain information. And if you add rules on top of that, you start getting to this level or like this concept of like private strategies, which is like the main feature that we are pushing for in Midnight City. So at the end, you can see Midnight City. Maybe it looks like a game, but this is the visualization part of all of the infrastructure that we are building behind it. So right now, most of like the work that we are pushing for is in the infrastructure side, and we're going to start pushing like these more meaningful, actionable features in the next like few months.
Anything that Charles and company do, it's always super technical, and I love it. But it's always successful. That's one thing you can't say. Nobody can ever say that, Charles and his teams aren't successful at what they build out.
He's very advanced at his thinking, and he's very diligent, and he has a great vision. And then, the comment I made about going hour by hour, it's not that we don't have a plan.
It's Charles calls you and starts saying, "Hey, what about this?" Does he do that?
The vision,
Does he
the
call
vision
up-
for him is clear, but then the peculiarities of it unfold over time. So it's like
Yeah.
the grand vision for us has been agentic trading and agentic commerce for a while now, since last year. But a lot of things had to happen, and at the same time, agents had to be more capable, and there had to be access to more liquidity. And so the grand vision for us is agentic trading. But every day we have to think about the components of that machine that we're building.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting for us, for sure.
Does he jump in like Nico? Does he jump like? Does he call both of you guys and just daily you or something and just give you ideas of like what could make things better or what features he would like to see?
He's nice about it. He has so many ideas, but he waits one day out of week, and then wow, life blows your mind. It's like wow, that makes so much sense, but give me some time to implement them. So I'm very excited about like what the things that we can do with Midnight City, because at the end, like the possibilities depend on like how much AI is moving forward, and AI is moving so fast. Like like just a year ago, it was mostly about generative AI, and when you will mention agentic AI, people will be like, "I'm confused. What's agentic AI?"
What is that?
Agents feels like so normal, but what comes after agents is like interaction with agents. It's like it feels so obvious. These are not single player games. We're like interconnected in networks. So we want AI agents to be able to interact with each others. And that's one of like the biggest strengths from Midnight City. So just has so many ideas based on this very basic primitive. So we are very excited about that.
Well, I'm excited to be participating in this. Charles has, I gotta give him a shout out. I don't know if he's probably, maybe he might be watching, but JJ, he is just like, this is going to happen, man. This is going to be killer. Like, and
he's incredible. He's got great energy, and
yeah,
he's been such a big part of this. We're executing. We're executing as quickly as we can.
I'm watching like how a business is supposed to be run, and I say that respectfully because everything in crypto is ultimately a business, and the way like this chain has come out and the way that you guys have executed has been amazing. I'm not just saying that because it's sponsored. I've had Charles on here way before Midnight, so we've always had a good relationship. Just to see the execution here has been ridiculous. especially like consensus 2026. I mean, everybody came back with feedback saying that Midnight owned that conference. So seeing that has been like really dope to see. And I know the benefit of you guys executing will translate to Cardano doing well. As you know, there are some Cardano guys that just don't understand, and I keep saying, open up your eyes. This is bigger. You're going to see a lot of people start looking into Cardano the same way a lot of people are looking into Midnight in general. And privacy is big. Like, we are now in a space that continues to talk about privacy. Look, Zcash and Monero and now Midnight, along with Litecoin, everybody, the privacy sector is now being talked about. So, and to me, I sit back, I'm like, when's Charles and any of the team that he's ever brought together, when have they lost? And I can literally sit here and say never. They've never lost at building unique things. So I can't wait to see the new features, and I can't wait to bring you guys back on to explain the features. And obviously, I would have loved to do something with my agent right now, but apparently, obviously, he felt like falling asleep during the show. Hopefully, nobody in the audience did. Nico and Gemma, it was great to bring you guys on, and hopefully I can bring on you guys and more Midnight members to go ahead and break down Midnight, because people are truly interested in everything that's happening with the network.
Thank you so much for having us, David.
Thank you so much for making the time, and I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
That's Nico and Gem, Midnight team. That's right. The Midnight team building. Watch this be one of the biggest games. And you heard what Nico said. It's not just a game. You heard what Nico said. It's not just a game. I like that. It's bigger than a game. Agentic trading. Bro, like, think bigger. We're going to be right back. We're going to have the usual suspects on. The usual suspects. Rob Nelson, Landy, and maybe Big Gun comes on here, but right after this commercial break.
What first got you excited about blockchains? Think about it. Oh wait. I bet it wasn't multi-million-dollar hacks, exposed data, or finding somewhere safe to store your seed phrase. Was it? Maybe it was the idea of decentralizing a broken financial system. Maybe it was imagining a world where people own their own data and get to sharing the value it creates. Or maybe it was the promise of a fundamentally better way of connecting, communicating, and transacting. The next phase of the internet that empowers us instead of exploiting us. So why hasn't that happened yet? Why are we still living with the same broken system that blockchains promise to fix? It's because blockchains can't keep a secret. Enabling open, transparent systems was only the first half of the challenge. For blockchains to really change the world, they also have to be able to protect our sensitive data when it matters. And that's why we built Midnight, to bring down the final barrier to mass adoption and unlock the full potential of the decentralized web. Let's build the internet we deserve, together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know this in crypto. Ownership matters. That's why Cake Wallet. Cake Wallet gives you full control of your digital assets, all in one easy-to-use application. You can store Bitcoin, Litecoin, Zcash, Monero, and many more with just one secure backup. Swap between coins in seconds. No copying addresses, no complicated steps, and even includes Bitcoin Lightning for faster payments. And with Cake Wallet built in, you can use crypto in real life through debit cards or gift cards. Simple, secure, self-custody. Download Cake Wallet and take control of your crypto. just having the guys from Midnight on. We'll have more people from Midnight to come on to the show to talk about Midnight, the network, partnerships, what's happening, what's being built out, what's been the feedback. We'll talk about Midnight City. Obviously, we talked about it today. Glad that Nico and Jem showed up. That was great. We'll clip that up. If you missed it, you can replay the show. We'll have clips that go out. We'll also have Charles on next month. So shout out. You know my feelings about Cardano and the bullshit that, I see on the timeline. And I do agree with Charles that an independent network needs to be built out. And what I mean by that is an independent social media platform of conversation needs to be built out. I am a part of the Discord for Midnight, and it's a nice environment. It's not an echo chamber. It's just a nice environment. And that's what Cardano needs. Same thing. Because I agree, X is a nice thing to come on to push a message out, like push a press release out. You can get news on X, but to have the conversation here with people that never built anything in their lives, dictating the storylines, no, you need to. I think it's time to go outside the box and build out. And that goes for every platform, but I think Charles has it nailed down. Let's bring back Landy now. Landy, and let's bring in Rob Nelson to talk about everything that's happening here. Rob Nelson has a show on the network, on the Gashi Media Network. It's Mondays and Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, Landy has his show that goes on 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays and Wednesdays, but on Fridays it's 8 p.m. Where he brings in a group of male astrologers to go over things. Why are you laughing? What did I say? Sorry. He brings on some of the best TA guys in the game to look over the markets and see where the markets might be heading, whether it's the crypto market, whether it's the stock market, oil, whatever it is. They're absolutely getting off on Jupiter crossing Mars. Now, let's get to the subject at hand here. I know Rob is absolutely excited about the events. Look at him, look. He's excited about the events that are happening in the Middle East. So Landy, you had time to go ahead and talk about this. You'll have time to reply. Rob, why do you look so excited today?
Well, first of all, you're just. Oh, am I getting a little backlash there? A little feedback. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yep.
Okay. I just heard myself coming through your speakers. I know you like me, but
What? Okay, hold on. Pause. I just led into a perfect segue for you to talk about how excited you are that things are breaking down in the Middle East. And here you are talking about how sexy I am.
I didn't say anything about sexy, but man, I just said I could hear my own voice. So
relax, Rob.
I mean, cuts.
Relax. You're on my show. Don't worry about it.
It's the tech issues, which is exactly the problem they have in general with problems I have with what's happening in the Middle East. It's the tech issues. I'm not excited at all. I'm three things. I am utterly disappointed. I am stunned at how people can still spin this as somehow Trump foresaw all of this, and this is actually what he wanted from day one. Even though from day one he made really clear what he wanted, and today what he wants is different. It's, to me, not complicated. He thought this would be an easy in and easy out. I think Landy's probably been right. I think they thought there were some huge geopolitical advantages to doing this. Upside might be a regime change. Downside seem manageable. I don't think there's any version that they thought they'd be stuck in this for weeks and weeks, watching polls plummet, watching energy prices drop. I'm sure they considered the possibility of Iran taking over the Strait. I think they just thought they hit him so fucking hard that they wouldn't be able to get up and do anything. And suddenly they, like a cockroach, they were able to crawl out of the sewer, throw some missiles left and right at Gulf neighbors, make everybody scared. And now, the one credit I will give, Trump was smart. He got out. Like Lyndon Johnson didn't get out of Vietnam. Bush didn't get out of, Obama didn't get out of whatever war. I guess we got out of Afghanistan haphazardly. But it just strikes me that, like, yes, it's good we're out. I don't see how this materially, other than the energy stuff, changes the situation with Iran. Other than that, they keep saying Trump's touting they said they won't have a nuclear weapon. I want to be really clear. One piece of history no one can rewrite. The 2015 Accord says even more emphatically they can never have, procure, develop a nuclear weapon. They made that promise 10 years ago. They violated that promise probably from day one, and they will violate it again. They will not do whatever they say. There is no incentive, and just messed up that we are going to start automatically almost. By the end of the week, as soon as the straits open, we're going to start releasing funds. Granted, it's not U.S. money, but his whole argument, well, it was their money to begin with. I guess they deserve it. The same argument. I know Landy probably wants to jump in, but these are my last two things. The other thing he said, sure, they should probably have some ballistic missiles. I mean, it's only fair the other countries have them. I'm like, what the fuck? You went from don't give them $1 ever. Obama literally gave away the store to, it was their money to start with. It's only fair. And they should never have a ballistic missile to, well, it's fair that they have as many as their neighbors have. I mean, that is the most convoluted logic in the world. It's basically admitting we're going to let them keep missiles. We're going to eventually let them have access to money. And anybody who thinks they're going to do anything other than destabilize with that is smoking something I can't even imagine what it's called. I'm done.
Landy, are you smoking something? Rob is asking.
I think Rob might be smoking something. I don't know which what you're reading.
How about I'm reading the president's own words, Landy?
Ooh.
At some point, you got to stop saying I'm full of shit when I'm literally telling you what the president. I'm telling you what the president said. It's his own words. I watch him on tape. I watched him 2 months ago. I watched him yesterday. I listened to the actual words out of his mouth.
You literally
he said
moved
they should have
the
money.
entire
They should have
conversation
money.
away from and misrepresented the entire reason why we went in the first place and what the objective of the MOU is, as it is it's not a finalized deal. So look, the entire MOU hinges on the nuclear side of things. So let's get some facts straight. With the JCPOA, sanctions were lifted up front before any action was taken, which is why Iran immediately. Well, let me finish. Which is why Iran immediately.
Well, when you say a lie, though, I feel like I have to. I don't know if David can be the fact checker, because I agree with what you said about the 2015 agreement, but they've been very clear,
which was
that they will. They've been very clear that they will start releasing access to Iranians' money. First of all, they will lift all the sanctions on their oil exporting, which is a version of giving them money. I'm not just talking the blockade, I'm talking the sanctions. And they will start releasing money as soon as the strait is open. They did not say once the completion of the 60-day period and they have given us access. They very specifically in this agreement, and Vice President Vance confirmed it, they will start releasing certain things right away. But that's not going to be our money. So they are lifting sanctions without them doing anything.
So
they are clearly doing that.
Let me finish what I was going to say, please. In the deal that didn't get, which wasn't really a deal, it was a resolution adoption. There was no ink to paper, and then that we officially recognized, because you got to remember that when sanctions were lifted under Obama, that happened on January 16th, 2016, right? And then that same day, it was announced that we were going to essentially recognize the regime. The reason why we had their $400 million in the US was because that was an investment by the prior regime, and it was tied up in courts for a very long time because the United States position is that the IRGC was an illegitimate regime. The the Islamic Republic was an illegitimate regime and didn't want to recognize it. So when the sanctions were lifted, that money was released along with the sanctions relief. That was reimposed in 2018 by who? Donald Trump. It
And
was
he's
kept
lifting
through.
it.
Listen to me. It was kept
I
through the
have been
Biden
listening.
administration. It was kept through the Biden administration. They tried to renegotiate JCPOA. That failed. Trump comes in. The whole reason that we struck them in 2015 was because of not Israel's claims, not the United States claims, but the international claims that they were at 60% enrichment. So I'm just laying out the facts here,
I don't
and that it
disagree with
was
that.
weeks.
I don't
It
disagree
was
with that.
weeks away. So I'm going to get to the point here. It was weeks away from enriched weapons grade, right? So when you're at 60%, it doesn't take much to get to 90%. So we struck them in 2025. Then we follow up with the action that was taken this year. Now, one of the big things in primarily what's being pumped out of the broader media is that they're going to get $300 billion for nothing. They're going to get all this for nothing, when literally it's a staged execution. And one of the big things
And,
that you can look at here that is a fact of this particular deal, because I like facts. And if we're going to argue nuance on
yeah.
one side, we need to argue it on
But
the
no,
other.
no. Okay, but Landy, you have to honor the facts, because I didn't
I
say what
am.
you just said. No, I didn't
No, you
say.
said
I didn't pick up.
that
No, I didn't pick
they
up the.
didn't even
Hold
get what
on.
they
I
went in
did not
for,
pick up.
which is false.
Well, I said not
The pretense
everything. I think they
was
wanted. Okay,
nuclear
fine,
weapons material.
Landy. Right, and we don't have nuclear weapons materials. We have an agreement to talk for 60 days. Hold on. I read the agreement. I'm sure you did too.
Me too.
I read all fucking 14 points. We have an agreement
Yep.
to talk for 60 days, conditional on a number of topics, including Iran's nuclear program. Nowhere in that document does it say, in 60 days, we will figure out with Iran how they give us the enriched uranium. They didn't agree to that. They agreed to talk for 60 days. I'm not paying.
Because
I'm not mimicking a false media narrative about the $300 billion investment fund.
yes, you
I am
are.
talking no, I am talking specifically about sanctions on their oil shipping and access to some of their funds, not other countries giving them an investment fund. Trump
Okay,
said
do you know how
they
much those
should get,
funds are
it was their,
and who holds them?
people are
Because I
estimating
do.
like 25 billion, 50, I don't know. I've heard different numbers. My point is, I don't care if it's
Yeah.
$1, Landy. You just said they have to do something to get their money. All they have to do to start getting money, getting sanctions on selling oil, their main export
Yeah.
lifted, to getting some access to their money, all they have to do is open the strait. That is in the agreement. The strait was open before this war. So that now is going back to what things were and giving them something that wasn't. They should not be getting a single dollar, a single sanctions relief of anything until we get what we went for, which is their nuclear dust, their nuclear program disabled. That was what we went in
Okay.
for. We don't have that yet. We have 60 days to talk
So,
about it, and they haven't even said they'll give it to us after 60 days. They just said they'll
well,
talk.
no, that's actually not what's being reported, at least. And I said this earlier. Take it with a grain of salt, but they've indicated that they are willing to accept IAEA coming in along with Department of Energy, which is the United
Yes,
States Nuclear
I've
Inspector.
read and heard that too, but your main
So
point, take with a grain of salt. They've indicated right now they
they've
walked out of the first day of talks. Remember, we were going to start, the clock started, and today was the first day. Iran didn't show up because they're not happy about
and
Hezbollah in Lebanon.
okay,
So
yes,
they're
and
gonna.
then
So the clock's
what
already
was just
running, and they're not talking.
but what was just revealed is that they're also in negotiations with Israel and Lebanon and Hamas right now to try and bring that down. Here's
Yeah.
my point behind this.
And
One,
I got to go in a couple minutes, so I'm gonna let you have a thought. Then I have a thought because I have a whole nother
okay,
thought about what really scares me here.
so I understand your position about the sanctions lift, especially the oil side of things. The funds are primarily being held by either Qatar. There's some in Qatar. Numbers no one really knows. And funds held by China that were sanctioned. Remember, China only agreed to sanction
I know.
and
I know.
hold those funds while we were in the ceasefire. That's when they began to hold those funds. So they had free access to those funds the entire time. So here's the nuance, though. one of the biggest media talking points right now is that they're going to get $300 billion and that this is going to be coming from the United States and that it's part of the MOU. It's well,
But that's all a lie.
I know it's a lie because
But you don't have
they
to repeat
know
a lie
that
here because I'm not. You're
well, this is
saying
for
a
the
lie
audience.
from the.
This is for the
Yeah,
audience.
but you're saying a lie. You're saying a lie to the audience that I've already said in this conversation was a lie. By focusing on that, you're not focusing on the part that's not a lie. The part that's not a lie is we are lifting their oil sanctions. We are letting them get the money from Qatar or wherever else it is. Trump said it is their money after all. Like, okay, I'm sorry. I thought this was supposed to be them surrendering on our terms. Like the only irony of this is that they signed this at the fucking
okay.
the
And what
palace
is the
because
other
that's where they
side?
signed because that's where they signed the 1919
I
supposed
agree.
surrender
So,
and the
so
wonderful League of
we're in
Nations that our
agreement
own
that
Senate never did.
we're in agreement that the $300 billion is a hoax because that would be contingent on a final agreement,
Yes,
and that's not even a
ever coming
finalized
from us.
number.
That's not even money that comes from us if it ever comes from
Well,
anywhere.
and it's not
That's
even
not
coming
what
from the
worries me.
Gulf state governments, nor is that
It
even
doesn't
a
worry me. I'm
number
not
it
even
could
worried
be
about
up
that
to.
300 billion. I'm not
But
300
but
million. 300 billion.
so
I don't care if they ever see
your
a dollar of
main
that.
okay, so your main point, and I get where you're coming from, and I don't fully disagree with you either on this, with the lifting of sanctions, but one of the bigger things here is that what was the on the other side? There's two sides to this. One was if they don't adhere to the MOU, we're going to bomb them. If we don't get to a final agreement, we're going to bomb them essentially.
We're never
What's the
bombing them
other?
again.
Yes, we will.
Not in a
See,
major way.
this is where
Trump's
you're
not doing.
jumping.
Trump,
This is where
no.
you jump
This
the
is
gun.
where I'm reading the politics of the room. Trump did what Lyndon Johnson couldn't do. He realized this is a
Well,
no-win war for us at this point. Hopefully, I
can I
get what I
present
want.
something to you? Because I do want your
But
thoughts on it.
we are leaving. We are leaving, and we
Can
are
I?
technically not coming back.
Well, first of all, the military hasn't moved, so we haven't left.
No,
And
I
that
don't
doesn't mean
mean.
we're
I don't
leaving.
care if the ships are gone. I mean we're leaving this war. We're pulling
That
out.
matters.
We're done.
No, that's I completely disagree because there's
Well,
another
then
side
you're
that you have to
disagreeing with your own
understand.
president because he's been very clear. This war is over. This war is over. I
With
signed a peace treaty. This war is over. He's not saying this war is conditional. He's like, this war is
he
done. Now, if they
literally was
don't do
just
what
at
they said,
G7. He was
if they
literally
don't do
just at
what if
G7
they
and
don't
said
do what we said,
if they don't hold up their end, we'll bomb them again.
we're going to bomb them. You know what? I've heard that we're going to bomb them. We're going to bomb them to hell. We're going to bomb them out of this
Did we
planet. We're
not
going to bomb
bomb
their
them? Did
civilization.
we not bomb the ever-living crap out of
No,
them, sink their
Landy,
navy,
of
and take
course
out their
we did.
infrastructure?
We sunk
Oh,
their navy. We sunk.
okay.
All right, we sunk their navy. We ended their
So
air
I guess
force.
none of
Hold
that
on.
happened.
No, it did happen. I said since that happened, since we decapitated them militarily, which I think we thought would bring them to their knees. You and I can disagree on that. I think we thought they'd fall harder. We have not seriously gone back. Minor little things, tit for tats. He's threatened multiple times since then that I'm gonna bomb him to hell tomorrow. Oh, I
What did
changed my mind because this happened. Because he showed up.
how Rob, how
They
long
know.
did the
They know
president
he's
have
been
to do
threatening.
military
They
action
know.
without approval from Congress? 60
However
days.
many, 60 days. He did whatever.
60
He would have
days.
gone.
And what did Congress do? They passed
Okay,
a
see, you're
resolution
just
to try
spinning.
and stop. No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
spinning.
no, I'm not, because you're going to miss the point here, and I want your opinion on this, because not only did they try to get that stopped, right? He ran up to the 60 days, but also what did they do? They tried to limit him through the War Powers Act, right? Congress passed this.
Yeah.
Now that there is ink to paper for the MOU, you do realize that if they violate, Trump gets to go back in and Congress can't say anything about it
Of
because
course,
they'd be
I
in
know that,
violation of no, you have to consider that this is tactical.
all right.
Yeah, yes, there
I
is
gotta go. You
proof
wanted
of
my
the nuclear
opinion? You
program.
wanted
It's
my opinion?
IAEA. Go look it up.
You want it? No, I know. You want my opinion on this? They can't violate the agreement because the agreement merely says they have to talk for 60 days. It doesn't say what they have to do after that. It doesn't require them to do anything. Trump says they're giving us the nuke stuff. They say we're not about to give you the nuke stuff, but we'll talk for 60
When did
days.
they say that? No. They literally, if
When
what
did they
you just
say
did
that? Have
true
you
runs
heard any
counter
statements
to-
out of? Have you heard any statements out of the
You're
Iranian government?
getting
that said
two
they're-
statements, and one right
Oh,
after the other says
okay.
that they want to let IAEA and DOE.
I did say
in.
they will let them in. I did say they said that. I doubt they will do
But
it.
then you
I
just
doubt.
walked
Hold
it
on.
back.
No, I said Man, Landy, you know, you're acting like the Iranians are rational actors. Like they
Just want to
actually
point out
say
real
things
quick.
rationally.
Just want to point out real quick on Polymarket. Israel and Hezbollah have reportedly agreed to a ceasefire after fighting threatened to derail the U.S.-Iranian, obviously Iran talks. So
Yeah. The only good
80%
news in
chance
this,
a permanent peace deal will be achieved by the end of the month. That's from Polymarket, but
50% on Polymarket.
no,
Yeah.
it's 18
Well,
18% chance of a permanent peace deal is achieved by the end of the month. By the end of the month. That's not saying that ever.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
they have it at 18%.
Listen, I'm going to end my thoughts on this because I do have to go. I don't think you can ever make a peace deal worth anything with a fundamentalist, in this case, an extremist, religiously driven government whose sole purpose and formation was to bring down Jews, the West. That is their reason for existing as a quote state, not Iran, but the mullah, that government. And I don't think there's any version other than unconditional surrender, which would be, to me, again, it'd be like, could you have made a deal with Hitler? I mean, Neville Chamberlain tried. There was no deal going to be made with Hitler. You had a full unconditional surrender or nothing. This is not an unconditional surrender. Some people say it's us surrendering. I think it's just us getting out. But that's my last thought, Andy. I want to keep talking, but I have to go to this thing because I thought we were doing this an hour ago. So I got to
I'll
leave
see
it
you on
on that
Monday.
thought. You'll see me on Monday, and we'll
yeah,
keep
I'll be
going.
there.
David, thanks for letting us politic it.
Well, I allowed it. Yeah, Rob, I'm sure you're happy, and
I'm not happy. Okay,
you are
I said I
happy.
have to go. Hold on. Let me tell you who's happy. And this, you guys talk
You
about
are
this.
running
Hold on.
off. I don't think you have a meeting. I think you're just
Hang on.
running
No,
off
I
because you
actually
want
do.
to.
I pushed it 25 minutes for this because
Sure.
it was.
Okay.
So listen. The happiest people I'm seeing right now are the leaders of Europe. Like, oh man, suddenly England, Macron clapping for Trump. Bravo, bravo. Like that should scare you. That the
Really, why are
leaders.
there think tanks pushing out misinformation about the MOU from day one?
I'm saying, but they are happy to see this. They want to go back to what was.
No, they're
Okay, I
cut
gotta
out of
go.
the deal.
I'm
But
missing
yeah,
my own call. I gotta go, guys. Appreciate you both.
take care, Rob.
Bye.
He is missing a call with Kamala Harris and their campaign team.
It's messed up. No, I understand what he's saying, and he's not wrong. I'm not.
Yo, grow some balls, bro.
Well, here's the problem.
Grow some balls, Landy. Stand on business.
Unk, you
Don't
can
let a
talk from the
Kamala
chat or
Harris
you can come
supporter
in
get
here.
to you.
So here's the thing. I like that the immediate pushback is, oh, they weren't near a weapon. They were not anywhere near weapons grade. Okay, sure, 60%. You don't know shit about that then, and apparently you're going to say that all of the international organizations were just lying, right? They're just all lying. It's a big conspiracy theory. It's not. And that's they clearly stated what their goals were as well before we went in. As the no, we're going to get a nuclear weapon, right? Like this is not this is just patently trying to twist it to your own political advantage. So you can keep living in that world, or you can argue nuance about JCPOA and the fact that we released the 1.7 billion as an additional kicker that should not that is what led to the official recognition of the Islamic State and regime when that never originally was officially recognized by the United States until 2016, June 17th, or I'm sorry, January 17th, right after, and it was the day after the announcement on the 16th of the resolution adoption, which was unenforceable. And everyone knew it was unenforceable. And the difference is there is mechanisms for enforcement here, and that's called the U.S. military. I know Rob doesn't want to believe that we would ever go back and strike, but if they violate the agreement, trust me, that's not going to be something that's like, oh, let's walk away from it. No, the whole premise was nuclear material, and the whole deal for the MOU to even get to a final agreement is nuclear. And in fact, Saudi Arabia,
I don't think
20 minutes ago, Saudi Arabia reiterated this as
I
part
don't think
of
we go back in
our
there.
press release.
I don't think we're going back in there. And I think
I don't think
Iran
we'll
probably
need
had.
to. I
No,
don't
but I'm
think we'll
saying
need to
I don't
unless
think
they
we
violate.
go. I don't think we're going to bomb them again.
If they don't allow us to obtain that
Yeah,
nuclear
Let
material
me say
and
why.
inspect,
I
I think
think
we
that
do.
like Trump is real serious about winning the midterms, and I just
This
don't see
doesn't have
him.
any effect in the midterms.
Landy, come on.
I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Once it started,
Let
it
me ask you
already
a question.
damaged things. You can't
What's on the
repair it.
news right now? What's being pushed on social media and what's on the news right now? The war.
But my point to you
Nobody's
is
even the World Cup is going on right now, and we're talking about this.
this, yes. But my point to you is, as soon as that started, there is no way to come back after we started kinetic action there. There's no way to come back and save any kind of midterm wishy-washiness. There's no chance of that. So the point being is the damage to the midterms was done the moment the bombs dropped. So the peace deal does not affect the midterms if even there is a peace deal before midterms. This is not a peace deal. This is a deal to make a deal. That's all it is. And he's right that they get sanctions relief if they meet the criteria of keeping the strait open and continuing negotiations. But there's no money that's going to be released if that doesn't happen. And there's going to be repercussions on the other side. And people want to sit here and say, no, I already know the ending. Nothing's going to happen when they violate this deal. And we know that they're going to violate the deal. They don't want to consider that the United States had 60 days under the War Powers Act. And then Congress fought the entire time, said, we can't be doing this. It needs to stop the entire time, right? All these different congressional members on the left and the right, Republican and Democrat. Oh my God, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. We should not be there. We shouldn't be doing this, right? Even passing a resolution through Congress to make it stop. Of course, it's going to go nowhere. It's just purely symbolic. But the point being is, clock ran out. You have ceasefire talks that lead to an MO2, which just is an extension of the ceasefire to talk more. And if nothing comes from it, because they actually put ink to paper, that actually means that Congress doesn't have, if we go into kinetic action again because they breached the terms, Congress doesn't have a leg to stand on if they try to come after him. And there's been a flip in the House and Senate. Good luck. They violated an ink to paper agreement. It wasn't some stupid resolution that was unenforceable. It was literally they signed on to this and then they're in violation of it. You got their signature. You can make the case. You can bring it all the way up to court and it's not going to do anything. So midterms, I don't think midterms matter once the bomb started to drop. I do not agree that there's any walking that back or any kind of optics that would save any seats in the midterms just because, oh, now this is all better. It takes time for lower gas prices to stay there and work their way through the economy. So that's not going to hit until after midterms anyway. And then you have the perception of the media painting everything that Trump has done since day one as a debacle anyway. So that's not going to go away because they'll just attack the deal. Whether it's a good deal or a bad deal really doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's you said optics push everything, right? Well, you know what? You're right in that respect because there is no walking it back no matter how much you pump out good deal, good deal, good deal. No one's going to, and then the pro-Israel crowd is pissed because Trump's going and the administration are going after Israel. So how does this actually get any resolution in a positive light for midterms? I just don't see it.
Well, we got Big Ung joining us here to chime in. He's been chiming in from the chat. Hopefully, you haven't been texting and driving. I'm hoping that you stop.
He's parked. He's being safe.
No, I'm in the Uber, so you know I
Oh, okay, good. Good to see you. Obviously, Rob and Landy were having a conversation, got a little bit heated.
yeah, I heard.
What are your thoughts here on everything that's happening in the Middle East right now? Seems like things are breaking down, and then they're being tied up again. Stories are coming out every single fucking minute about what's happening in the Middle East. What are your thoughts?
So my number one thought is somebody's going to give up some money. Rather, it's because nobody knows where the funds are coming from. As long as they don't come from the taxpayer, nobody's going to have too much of an issue with money going out. The problem isn't about money going out. The problem is about money going to something that is not not good for our stability. The region is destabilized. It's a no-win war. We knew this from the start. People who have been around those Middle Eastern nations know that it is a very, very fickle situation there all the time. I mean, this is 5,000 years of people fighting, bud. In the German 30-year war in Germany, there were 3 generations that were fighting in this thing for no reason. These guys have been fighting this holy war their whole lives. So there's no winner. And what Trump did was stupid. It was stupid. And then, Landy, when you brought up the fact that, well, they were so many days from having a nuclear weapon or having enriched uranium, it's like the enriched uranium. It's saying, okay, these people are saying this, but like you said, who was confirming it?
Well, yeah. I mean, the point was everybody
it?
says that it's just the United States and Israel, and it was actually the international bodies that were the ones that determined this.
Who confirmed it? Because you're saying it, but who confirmed
the IAEA? The fact of the matter is, without boots on the ground, no one can confirm it, but they came out and then touted it. Iran did. The regime came out and touted it. Yeah, no, we're at 60%.
Yeah, sure.
What are you going to do about it?
Because you can believe them, right? And
well,
you know
so
what?
you don't believe
IAEA
and you don't believe the Iranian regime?
But
you don't believe either one of them?
I mean, you can't believe half these jokers. Benjamin Netanyahu's been saying the last thing for 30 years. Does that mean it's
I agree.
right? No. It means that, hold on, who can we trust? The same way you don't trust mainstream media, no one's going to trust a regime that lies.
You're breaking up. You still there?
Mossad got him.
I'm here. What happened?
Oh, shit. The Israelis got him.
Mossad got you.
What happens when you talk to a Gockstein? All of a sudden you get broken video feed, can't hear you no more. Look, I don't disagree with his points. Look, he's
I kind of I feel like I need to jump in here, like to kind of have you back, because like I feel like you're getting attacked by Democrats today.
I can hold my own. Look, I know the facts too. It's a matter of perspective. I don't disagree with the points that he's making, but the fact of the matter is, do you want to take the risk of ignoring international bodies and Iran and say, okay, well, the international body says that they have 60%, they're weeks away, and then they come out and confirm it? What do you expect? If you're going to saber rattle, you're going to get punched in the face.
Look,
no one. I don't think they expected the United States to actually strike those sites. I really don't think so. Because they were saber rattling. Israel was striking them. They were saber rattling and saying, "You can't get us. You can't strike our nuclear facilities." Yeah. So what? We're at 60%. Do something. It was essentially IAEA came out, confirmed it. United States, Israel said, "Yeah, that's what's going on." And then you have that, Israel started striking, and then it wasn't until the Moab started dropping that all of a sudden it was started to calm down in terms of temperature.
I just have to say, I think the big thing here is that essentially no president has ever attacked Iran. Nobody had the balls to. Now, we have to go piece by piece here. If Iran if they were really close to creating a nuclear weapon, then Trump did the right thing. Because Iran having a nuclear weapon is bad. So I feel like if we go step by step through the timeline, I think whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you can understand if you're open to a conversation. I think we all should agree that Iran having a nuclear weapon is bad. So Trump goes and takes it out. He's not only doing it for the United States of America, that kind of operation, he's doing that for the entire world. I don't think any of you guys want to see the capabilities or how far Iran will go with nukes in their hands to cause chaos throughout the world. So I think that's a good thing the operation happened. I think the problem is the first time that they went in and people were told that we destroyed the enrichment, people were like, okay.
Yeah.
But then 6 months later, like, we didn't destroy everything.
Well,
We
then
go
no.
back in.
Because that's the media narrative that was being painted
But
the
that's
entire time that we've been monitoring that situation. We saw satellite imagery of them going in to recover what material they could and to plug up certain areas at those sites. We knew that they were going to try and recover certain material, and we don't know. We actually don't know how much of the material they recovered. We don't know how enriched that material was
Okay.
either.
I'm gonna let you have the mic. I just want to say, like, from a timeline perspective, again, I do agree with Trump going in because Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Here's where Trump is so stuck with everybody. If this was let's take Trump out of the equation. If Obama made the call to go in, I would support it.
Yes.
It
Same.
doesn't matter who's the president here.
I
The
agree.
threat of Iran having a nuclear weapon, that regime having a nuclear weapon, they would cause absolute chaos, which would affect the global economy too. It would affect everything. Because at that point, if they gain a nuclear weapon, I'm doing this in layman's terms as if we're in second grade, ladies and gentlemen. If they have a nuclear weapon and they have and they upgrade their military, they're closing the strait. So for everybody who says that the strait has been closed due to Trump's actions, let me tell you something. They already had mines to put into the water. They already knew exactly what they were going to do to hurt the global economy. And that was the strait. So imagine them with advanced military capability and a nuke. You're not doing anything.
Can I say this? I because I think it's important. Especially coming from me as somebody who many recognize as a Trump supporter. Not a Republican or a Democrat. But as a Trump supporter, I did not disagree with the framework of JCPOA. My criticism of it from the very beginning, when that deal was finalized, in terms of its adoption, was one that there was no signatures, there was no electronic or wet signatures on any kind of agreement, that it was a resolution that was counted on to be adopted by Iran, and there wasn't an actual enforcement mechanism that they would have to respect, right? And by enforcement mechanism that they'd have to respect was the military. So when I look at this particular situation, and I'm being objective, I'm not saying that everything that I want to see done is being done, right? Um, I look at this situation as gun to the head, essentially. You're going to sign these agreements, and if you don't, we have the military right here ready to strike you again. And because it's not money up front for the adoption of the resolution, it is incentivized post action. That I view that in, because I think Unc said something very important. They've been fighting these. This is a region that has been at war, even internal conflict for 5,000 years. Right? This is not going to go away. In fact, it's not going to go away even with the regime change. If you were to fully send in
No, it will
troops,
go away. No,
I
no,
don't believe
I
so.
disagree. I
I
disagree.
I do not
There
believe
was
it
no
would go.
battle. There wasn't this type of battle when you had the previous. When you had the previous.
No, go back to pre-World War II. It was the same type of mentality. It was the same type of adversarial position versus
Okay,
Christians and Jews.
let's do this. New regime comes in. First of all, the Iranian people support Israel, and they respect the Jews.
The people, yes, I agree that there are
That's what I'm
captive
talking about.
people.
So
Yes.
that's who I'm focused on. The people support Israel and Jews, and they've been friendly with each other throughout history. They help the Jews.
Yeah, the
If
Persian
you look
people.
at history, the Iranian people helped the Jews.
Yeah, the Persians, yes.
Correct.
When they weren't at war at one point. Yeah.
Correct.
Post some very early wars. Yes.
But the Persians did help the Jews. Okay?
Yes, I agree.
If they get back their country, there will be peace. Or we will be closer to peace in that region. You can't have
I disagree.
terrorists. You can
I think
disagree, but
it's
I'm telling
damned
you,
if you do, damned if you don't.
if you have a new party that takes over, number one, that liberates the people, okay, they will. I can see a really good relationship, especially being that Israel was a part of freeing the people. That I don't think the people would ever forget that. So I think they would have a stronger bond. Remember, they live there. That's their neck of the woods. We don't. We're
It's
across the
just
sea.
moving the problem around is my opinion on it.
There
That's
will
all that
still
ends up
be
happening.
terroristic make no doubt about it. There will still be terroristic activity from Hezbollah and Hamas. We understand this.
The IRGC would just be another group and set up shop somewhere else if that were the case, yeah.
But it wouldn't be in Iran, which Iran is huge.
No, what if it's in Pakistan and they overthrow the government there and then they have access
I
to
mean, I don't think that happens. I think that the problem is we created this and we don't acknowledge it. The West created the problem in Iran. So I think Iranians feel like we owe it to them to liberate them from this entire mess. Like if we sat down with fuck Republican, Democrat, independent
Yep.
shit, like forget about party affiliation. We created the mess. We created the mess. It's the truth, though. In the 70s, we helped bring this all in. The West did. So we
Remember,
have to take
Gulf
accountability and
nations played a very big
responsibility.
role in this as well. It wasn't just the West; it was in conjunction with other Gulf nations.
You know what? We played a good role in this, though.
Oh yeah,
Regardless of how you
big
want
role. No, it's just solely blaming just the West is it's
I would, though,
international
because
interest
we have the
there.
power to say no. Like at that time, like we could have put our foot down, and that this never happens. We could have helped.
Yeah, it wasn't just Iran, though, it was the entire region that
I
the
get it.
Western
I
nations messed
understand.
in.
But now you have regions, the Gulf regions, that want to see the elimination of the regime in general. They understand them better than anybody on this side of the pond. They know who they're dealing with. Like the crown prince has come out, and others have come out from that region saying like these people are crazy.
It was also an installed regime. There's nuance there, right? That's what I mean.
They
Look,
want
it
them out,
was
though, right? Can we agree that the Gulf states want them out?
that the Gulf states want this iteration of the IRGC theocracy out. I agree. Yeah, I would agree. Well,
They want
you
them
know what's
gone.
happening in Iran right now, and interestingly, because you bring that up regarding the Iranian people, you know that those who align with the Islamic Republic of Iran inside of Iran are protesting everything about this deal. One of the main reasons why is they're afraid that if they get hooked on the teat of the global economy and are brought into the global economy, they will be controlled by said global economy in Western nations, and that will eventually lead to their downfall. So they're protesting this. They're protesting this deal in Iran right now. And that's something that people can go look up. So nobody, it seems like nobody on the West is happy. Nobody even that is regime aligned in Iran is happy. Even the people there, they are not happy. They wanted to be saved, right? The Persian people of Iran that do not align with the Islamic government. So nobody's happy. At the end of the day, I said this right from the very beginning. And you know, my position, and I get your position. My position has been is this is not going to be regime change. This is not going to be what people really want to see. and it's funny because you mentioned that the West created this situation or played a large role, but it was primarily Britain that helped foster the situation that led to the revolution, and what we had was Gulf states push it over the edge in the late 70s, right? By undercutting Iran and undercutting the Shah and their domestic modernization and all of its cost. I mean, that's why the people revolted. And this is where the the Islamic religion was still very powerful there, and the mullahs were there. They had the opportunity to seize that power and did in 77 to 78 as protests escalated. Then you had the regime change in 79 and the ouster of the royal family. Now, you can say that that entire tinderbox was kicked up by who? If you're really gonna point to, it was very little from the United States, although we played a role. The biggest role that the United States played was via the vectors through other Gulf nations. The direct role was Britain. Britain set up the whole thing. In fact, the reason why you had the entire extremist the entire extremist side of things start to come to prominence was because of the funding directly from Britain. United States didn't play a role in that. But who was directly funding that stuff post World War II? It was Britain. And guess what? This new state with Jewish people in it, Israel. And everybody wants to point to the United States. And granted, the United States has played a very large role in the region, but a lot of you look at everything that was set up there, and how the Shah ended up falling. The Western interventions in the 50s were a product of post World War II, carving up of the entire region, and subsequent regions around it, and who was going to be in power and when and where and why. And Britain held the keys to that. The United States stood back and watched. And yes, soft support, monetary support to those regions. Yes, but who was primarily the biggest player in Iran? You can look right at Britain. And the same mentality that led to the extremist ideology was fostered by Britain. And we've been fighting that for a very long time. Now, Gulf states taking over negotiations in conjunction with the United States and pretty much pushing Western Europe to the side is one of the reasons why I think that we're getting all of the Western nations, think tanks, screaming and crying about it. And then, of course, that bleeds over to here in the United States, where they have very powerful NGO organizations and think tanks here. And those are the ones that are crying the loudest. Do they have legitimate points that they're making about this? Does Rob have legitimate points that he's making? Does Unc have legitimate points that he's making? Do you have legitimate points that you're making about where we are right now in terms of this particular deal? Yes, absolutely. There's no denying that.
Well, speaking of Unc, he's back with us from his wonderful set here. All right.
Hey, that's not
I broke it down the way I see it, and I, as a Republican, I think breaking the way I broke it down, I think regardless of party affiliation, you can understand. And I'll go quickly here. Again, doesn't matter to me who's the leader of the free world in this situation. If Obama did this, I would support it. I support Trump doing this. It was Biden, Bush. Name the fucking presidents, regardless of their affiliation in terms of party. This had to be done. You can't have Iran have a fucking nuclear weapon. Bottom line, okay? If they have a nuclear weapon, it's bad. It is absolutely bad. The same way that I don't believe North Korea should have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
So we missed that. We missed the boat on North Korea. Look at North Korea. Like that's North Korea is a perfect example. But you know what? Iran would be fucking 30 times worse. North Korea fucks around and they're like, I dare you to come at me now, right? And nobody does shit.
Because it's a dead man switch.
Exactly. And if Iran, can you imagine Iran? Iran does not give a fuck about life. Okay.
But, yeah, David, you brought up a good point. And go ahead.
Before you go, this is a really difficult situation to assess fairly. Because Trump, whether you like him or not, he is in a no-win zone. Because the media is going to crush him regardless. Look, even Senator Warren came out yesterday, He's just like, this is no better than what Obama did. I can't believe he just went ahead and left. Meanwhile, she's been calling for him to leave. What I'm saying is, our own politicians can't put the party affiliation aside and rock with America.
So I think they did, though, David. I think that's something like, so you've heard people like Senator Kennedy down there in Louisiana saying this don't make no sense. Trump got 2 speeds, 0 or lightning fast. And that has caused a problem, not only for his administration, but for the country. It's fast to act, slow to think about the consequences. And I'm not saying you got to be a doomsday prepper or anything, but if you do not look at the entire picture, all right, you've got to take the 10,000 foot view. Look at the entire picture to figure out what's really going on, what's really happening. And then you go, yeah, this isn't good. We need to get out. This is a no-win situation. But when you have no-win situations like we do currently right now, there's nothing he could have done to make everyone happy. But he shouldn't have just gone in there guns a-blazing thinking that...
Akil, if he doesn't go in and they develop... Let me ask you a question. If he doesn't go in and do something, right, then they would have said a president who claims to have balls but takes no action because now Iran has a nuclear weapon.
I don't think Iran was... So I do not think Iran was...
They are liars. We cannot believe them because they also didn't have 2,000. They also didn't have ballistic missiles that can fly past 2,000. Right? We heard all this shit, and yet they do have that capability.
Yeah, and so, but again, I go back to you keep saying to people that keep saying the boy who cried wolf, and then when the wolf finally does it, come down and kill the sheep, everyone's like, bro, we don't believe you anymore. There is a reason why politics is so fickle. It is a reason why politics has so many issues. And that is that politicians are liars. They lie to you. Their campaigns lie to you. They mislead you on facts. And so we know one reason why none of us are believing the stories that are coming out of any party right now or of any country is because they have been the boy who cried wolf. Democrats and Republicans. Nuclear this, nuclear that. Last year we blew up Iran's nuclear program. This year it's back again. It's like, well, hold on, how to get back? Well, they lied to us. Who lied? Was it our government lied to us? Did Trump? And this is Landy. This is what I was trying to say. Was it Trump who lied? Because these are Trump's words. These are the words of the administration. We blew their nuclear program to hell. It is done. It is obliterated. And then it's back in 8 months.
Well,
so no, it goes back to the lie. It goes back to who can we believe? Okay. And ultimately, we can't believe Israel. We can't believe our government, and we can't believe Iran. So guess what? We got 3 people we can't believe, and we're like, it's just tough.
I agree with politicians lie and countries lie and international bodies lie. It's in their best interest to do so. That's how they keep their hands on the levers of power. But There is verifiable, and this is something, David and I talked about this after the initial strikes, Midnight Hammer, is that my contention is that they will immediately go in and start to uncover any remaining material. The fact is, we struck them, we took down those particular centrifuges in those particular places, but that's not going to stop them from trying to recover and enrich somewhere else, right? And that's going to be a perpetual problem.
Now they
So
just buy it, though.
I always felt that they were going to go back. So, well, it is the talking point of we destroy their nuclear program if just taken at face value.
Not a talking point. It is
It is,
their
but it is
word.
it is a verifiable fact that yes, those sites were struck. Yes, they were disabled. Yes, they were buried. But the fact is, what wasn't said at the time was they can unbury that, right? They can recover that nuclear material, right? That's and David and I had this conversation because my contention is all they're going to do is they're going to bring in a bunch of excavators and they're going to go through. They're very, very intelligent people there. They know how to do this. They're going to go through and they're going to pull out anything they can. And then they're going to go somewhere else and they'll enrich somewhere else. So we are going to be back. And that was my call last year.
So, but that was that was the assumption. All right. Your assumption at the time proved to be it could have been correct. Your assumption was at the time. But we as Americans, going back to the Revolutionary War, have to believe that we are being able to trust these people who are leading us. And right now, that trust is not only broken with the extremist. All right, let's leave out the leftists, right? Let's leave out the leftists and let's leave out the extreme right. It is the people who fall somewhere in the middle who are now like, you know what? I just don't. And you're seeing it from Democrats and Republicans that there is nothing that can be said right now from the administration. I mean, he's like, well, if it works out, I know it's tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek for Americans. But let me be very clear, Landy. You ever been into Germany and made a tongue in cheek response? They don't look at you the same way. They're like, "What are you talking about? Did you you not blow them up? You said they blew up.
I've been I've been there.
Yeah, you know what?
I've been everywhere over there.
Yeah, there's no tongue in cheek though. You can't be tongue in cheek because they're like, well, serious.
I think that it's narrative messaging versus reality. And this is true of any administration. And that's one of the reasons why public trust in our leaders here in the United States and around the world, frankly, is at an all-time low for current society. But and I think David he makes a good point to this is like, all right, from what we know to be fact, whether it be a lie, do you take the risk of believing what is coming out of international bodies, United States, Israel, and all of these non-proliferation experts, right? That Iran is here in terms of their enrichment, and do you take them at face value, saying that yes, they are there, and do you take the chance of not doing something about it, or do you just let it status quo, let it be as is, or do you do something about it? And I think that is and I said this to David, and I don't know if you heard because I actually did not disagree with JCPOA in terms of its spirit. I felt that it lacked enforcement mechanisms. And that enforcement mechanism, in my opinion, at the time was the US military. And I knew, and many of us knew even at the time in the lead up to it throughout 2015 to the resolution being finalized, that there was no real teeth to the enforcement mechanism. So when we look and we do want to have nuance about these things, if there is an enforcement mechanism, I think the only argument now is, do we use that enforcement mechanism? Yes or no? And I think that's where the real meat of the substance of this actually comes into play.
Well, Landy, you are correct. The enforcement mechanism was a problem. But it was not only us. This was, like the JCPOA had more than just America, right? It was the EU, it was China, it was Russia, it was Germany. Now it's just like the United States and Israel. That's where
and Gulf nations.
It breaks all this down. Well, the Gulf nations are only kind of being drawn into this, but we're looking at, and I want to get away from just simply saying Iran, because Israel has to be at the table ready to negotiate with all parties as well. And currently, right now, I don't know what the appetite is after what's been happening in Lebanon. And I'm going to say this, as a Christian, right? I'm not saying this as anyone else. I'm a man of faith, and
same.
What I've seen happen in Lebanon is atrocious.
I agree.
Which
100%.
is atrocious. There was an intentionality of why the Christian communities were put on the very edge of the border towards Israel. It was to be a buffer, like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
the towns, the Christians are kind of like the bridge between the two groups. We can get this done. And to watch Israel not only bomb them, but then bring in excavation machines to level some of these towns and churches has been upsetting. And now we've got to get them all back at the table. This is going to be, I don't care who you are, it is going to be astronomically difficult. And right now, my frustration is knowing that we have an administration that is relying on Jared Kushner and his papa to help us make deals.
Well,
two Democrats who are criminals, and they were Democrats for.
Can I ask you a question? I agree. I agree. Look, I'm not going to sit here and shill for Kushner. But you've probably seen the news already that apparently Iran is working to broker a peace deal, and that David just showed, right, between Lebanon, Hezbollah, and Israel. Now, I think you're probably of the same view of it as I am, as that is a very low likelihood of working. In fact, it was Israel that funded Hezbollah to even be able to kick half this shit off to begin with.
Hey man, it's like us in Afghanistan. We funded the guy who ended up blowing up our Twin Towers.
We were literally on the ground, still giving them money while we were in GWAT. That was my biggest. That was where Bush completely lost any credibility with me after going in. Is we're still giving them payments while we have our guys on the ground.
Yeah,
we are literally fighting them and we're paying them.
Yeah,
that was my biggest.
And it hurts me.
Issue.
It hurts me because you're saying we have to believe these guys, or what happens if they do? Well, guess what, man? You are probably the same as a lot of us. You've lost a lot of people of our generation.
Yes.
To that 20-year shit show.
Yes.
To a 20-year shit show over a lie. Well, we thought they had it. No, Halliburton wanted it because Halliburton wanted contracts. And Dick Cheney wanted money, and Obama and the rest of them all placated it. Everyone got rich. These guys all got rich. And who suffers? The people, the children, the families. And that leads us to where we are today as an unstable. Our nation is unstable right now. It's a great nation, but it's unstable. When it comes to democracy, it is frail. When it comes to international relations, I said this before, I'll say it again. America first means putting American interest first, not separating us from the world. You cannot do that. To be an isolationist nation, we can't do that. Our economy's too big. We are too large. We cannot be isolationist. And unfortunately, the narrow-minded.
Yeah, but everybody has to play fair too.
Huh?
It can't be America's gonna buy everybody's fucking products. But when we try to sell them our products, they put in policies to make sure like our products don't get in, or it's way too costly to go ahead and even think about attaining an American product.
Well, but I mean, American products are over there. You can get a Kit Kat bar, a Mars bar, a Snickers bar, a Pepsi, a Coke. You can go to Taco Bell, Burger King, Popeyes. You get all that.
Think about how different it is over there versus what we have over here. That's number one.
Well, there are different regulations for health reasons.
We can't sell cars over there. Akil. Like we cannot
You
sell
can't
cars
sell
there.
Diet Coke either. So
I'm just saying we can't sell our cars there. We can't sell shit there. You know, if we're talking about the tariff situation, I think that was a good call.
no,
I
no,
think
I'm not saying that. What I'm
utilizing it as
saying,
a weapon was a good thing.
David, number one, our cars aren't meant for a lot of roads overseas.
Doesn't matter.
There are very
We can't get any type of cars in there.
Well,
even
you
if
know
we
what?
design cars for them, they would still make they want their people driving. Look, Germany wants people driving BMWs and Mercedes. They don't want people driving Fords and
Volkswagens.
Chevys.
And Volkswagens. Yeah.
They don't want none of the other products. Okay, you don't think people want to go ahead and drive a Mustang over there? I watch some of these like videos where people, when they test drive a Mustang, they're like, "Oh shit, this is crazy. We got a Mustang here today."
Yeah,
you know,
it's cool.
like the American muscle, the exhaust, the weight, like they're excited to drive it.
Well,
Yet
we used to have American
the
muscle.
countries
Now
do
we
everything
gotta.
possible not to let.
Now
these
we
things
got
exist.
electric
It's
muscle
Sweden.
cars, which
Yeah,
are
now we got electric
ridiculous.
muscle. We
No,
have
but
to
it's not
program. We have to program the sound of a motor into it.
Hey,
Look, I need to make this point real quick because
you guys have 60 seconds each to make a point because now I'm 3.5 hours into the goddamn show.
American isolationists.
I want to go tan my balls.
Took a big blow in the midterms during the primaries for the Republican side. So that and Trump is actually not an isolationist when it comes to policy. He's more of a Democrat when it comes to policy than anything else. The American isolationist is, well, everything America, 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 cut everything off. Just isn't going to work for the exact reasons that Akil pointed out. I mean, you know, I'm in macroeconomics. I'm in charting. I'm doing all this kind of crap, right? But it just doesn't work that way. But protecting American interests is the goal in realigning the relationship that we've had with Western Europe in particular. I think is something that needed to be done and needs to be done, but not at the detriment of completely nuking all of those relationships, right? So there's a fine line there. And I do think that ultimately, whatever outcome there is in this particular situation, I think that through this situation, the Western European nations realize that they are far more powerless when it comes to things, because what this proved out is that if the United States takes action against just one country, and that country being Iran, which is not even where you're getting your exports, where you're importing oil from, your entire economy can get squeezed. And now how about you come to the table? Because we've seen a flurry of deals and EU resolutions when it came to energy. They're now signed those contracts with a lot of the onshore providers here in the United States. Now we've seen a global realignment in terms of logistics and shipping, and effectively prove to Europe that we can squeeze you if you want to squeeze us, in addition to the offshoots of China and Russia, completely different situations. Obviously, China has reserves to stick it out. Europe didn't. So I think we're going to see a lot of negotiations between the United States and European nations and Russia and China as it relates to the United States moving forward, regardless of how this turns out with the MOU or whether there is a final agreement. And all of that remains up in the air. But I think that things were proven that they need to take control of their energy. They need to have deals in place and contingencies in place if there's were ever to flare up again in the future.
60 seconds. Landy never does 60 seconds. 60 seconds, Zunk.
All right, here's the deal. We're not going to solve this. The war most likely is going to have a residual effect. Unfortunately, the children who are witnessing these terrorist attacks, these nukes, these bores, these bombs, everything. These children are going to grow up one day, and they're going to basically follow the 48 laws of power. They're going to come back, and they're going to remember, and it's going to start again. So rather it's yeah, we get an agreement for a couple of years. It will happen. It will be a war that will be started, and I pray that it will not drag the world into it. But we're not looking great right now, guys, and I really hope that we figure this thing out before it's too late.
Can I get a hot take from you guys?
What's up?
Do you think that Israel forced our hand? Yes, no.
Yes.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Did Israel force our hand?
Yeah.
All right, let me, because Landy, you might have been. I will always.
Do you think they
try
forced our
to
hand
speak my
and made
truth.
us go in and strike because they were going to go and strike? Because that's been obviously
I
left
think
and right speculation.
100% Israel was going to strike regardless. Israel did it back in what was it? What was it? It was in 1980. Was it 1981 or was it 1984 when they went and struck Iran? When everybody, the U.S. and everybody were against it. Everybody was against it. Might have been in the 70s too, but I think it was 81 or 84. I'm not sure. When Israel said we're going to strike them because they are developing nuclear capabilities. The United States was against it. The entire world essentially was against it. And then it was found, hold on, I'll look it up. It was found to be that they did, or they were, close to creating a nuclear weapon. I just forgot what, obviously.
I mean, the year here
I
is
was
irrelevant.
in my dad's bull sack, so I don't know. Like,
yeah, the year is less irrelevant. I mean, I'm gonna assume it was sometime during the crisis. I mean, we did have the boycott of the 1980 Olympics. We had terrorists in Munich in '72. So anything's possible. But I don't know. I'm gonna say Israel forced our hand because they didn't know that they were going into this. Trump was a loyal ally to Israel, and Israel, I don't know, manipulated the situation because they know that. I mean, every country that wants to manipulate Trump or wants to gain favor from Trump, I won't say manipulate, gain favor from, does the same thing, tells him yes to everything else, and then says, "Hey, by the way, we'd like this." I mean, he went in. I mean, the man was on a roll. Hey, we're just going to cut off all the power to Cuba. We're going to take Venezuela. Hey, we're going to go in here and kill administrator. Like, hey, doing what he want to do. He's on a roll. Everyone's cheering. And then this.
It was 1981.
People have almost forgotten about
1981. So it was 1981. See, I knew it was
it was Iraq, not Iran. Iran was Iraq, not Iran, but it was because of the 1980 support that Iran was showing in Iraq for nuclear.
Didn't they? No, they attacked Iran.
I don't know when the last time Iran was attacked.
It was Iraq, and it was because when Iran was pushing into Iraq, they stood up the nuclear facility there, and they were getting very close.
I thought it was Iran.
They F-16s blew up the unfinished reactor in it was
they both
unfinished.
Start with the same three letters, technically.
IRA. Oh man, look,
there was no. So they were involved.
Let me just speak for Israel because I'm probably gonna get kicked out of the synagogue and stuff like that. So I just want to say that, and I'm not gonna be able to attend any bar mitzvahs, and God bless you all with your Jewish wedding, because I'm kicked out. I'm already on the alt-right list on the JDL site. So listen, I want to say that Israel has the right to exist. The problem that most people don't get to see is you don't live in that region. They've been attacked, terrorized by Hezbollah and fucking Hamas and whoever else is funded by Iran. We know people are funded by Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not going to sit back and allow for it. I can go deeper into this, but I really do not want to be canceled.
I could go deeper into this, like in 1980 when Israel actually funded Iran during the Iraqi strikes there, as Iraq was as the war was going on between Iraq
Well,
and
then,
Iran.
like I said
It's a very
here,
messy world we live in. Let's put it that way.
we're
Very
funding,
messy
we
world.
funded fucking bin Laden, who then attacks us. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
like,
it's
this is a fucked up,
but
I gotta tell
yeah,
you, this is a
we
fucked
create
up
our
world.
own boogeymen. We
Yeah.
create our own boogeymen
No,
so
we
that we
hire
can keep power
mercenaries.
structures in power. Yeah, if you don't have a boogeyman, how do you stay in power? You got to have
It's
a
crazy,
boogeyman.
man.
Yeah.
Anyway, to me,
we gave every dictator his throne, damn near.
Yeah,
crazy, man. I gotta say, it is crazy. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful fucking weekend. It's great. We'll see you back here on Friday as we'll also have Rob Nelson on here. He's currently on the phone. Apparently, I think he is going to become the new campaign manager on the Northeast for Kamala Harris and her next run. So
I hope she does. You know what? I really, this is absolutely insane.
you voted for Kamala.
What?
You voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so?
Oh my God.
Oh, just because I vote for you doesn't mean I like you. I just vote. Like, if I vote for somebody, doesn't mean I actually like
sorry.
them.
That is a great response.
Why would you vote for her? Like, what? Let me ask you: was it the men? Nah, you weren't a part of that. White men for Kamala Harris. You weren't.
You're talking about the black men in crypto.
The who?
The black men in crypto. That was Kamala Harris's plea to black men. She was like, "We're going to protect black men from Bitcoin."
Yeah, that was horrible. I got to.
Like, I was
you
like,
want to talk about racism?
I was like, what did Bitcoin do? I was like, Bitcoin ain't got a color.
You know, I got stuck in a room. I got stuck in a room where people were saying that Bitcoin is racist. I'm like, since when is code racist?
I mean, you can. Well, first off,
don't. Tell me how code is racist.
So programmers code things to be racist. So like,
I'm
they'll do
leaving.
racist shit in the video game.
Fuck all you guys, man. I really, honestly,
no, David.
Fuck you, fuck Landy, Rob,
That's like a
all
video
you guys.
game. If a video game can be coded to be racist, that is true. But Bitcoin is not. Like,
Bitcoin is coded. It was oh my God.
It's not coded to be racist.
It was I can't. It's so stupid when I hear it.
But yet she ran on that, and I'm just like,
she did.
I remember when she came out with that. I was like,
her and Obama were really disrespectful to the entire African American Black community. They were really
we're not African.
Well,
we're Black. Like, I don't. There's no country that I can point to. Like, Akil, where are you from? My family's roots go back to Alabama. That's about it.
Yeah, well,
I mean, everybody knows
the way that
what I
they
am.
framed it, though. The framing was very much Black, African American, marginalized groups, but then they talked down to them, and Kamala's one of the worst when it came to that. And if she re-enters, I see a populist rising on the left, and I see populists taking over the Democrat Party, and they're trying to fight it. But I think that is actually
maybe I should maybe I should talk about, like, Elon and his roots.
Oh, well, you know what? Fine, whatever. He's from Africa. He's from the continent. I'm not.
And he's the first African American,
but he's not the first Black.
Who's a trillionaire, right?
He's not the first Black. He's just not. He's not Black, so it's fine.
He's the first African American, though.
Sure. Guess
you
what?
don't have to be Black in
You're
terms
right.
of skin color, right?
You're
He is the first
right.
African American.
I think it is a ruse when they write that. They want to stick all the Black people into one pot. Like, well, you're Black and you're African and you're American now, so you're African American. But it's like, no, it's like they're just trying to get in on reparations and make it harder for me to get my 40 acres and a mule. I want what I want. Give me my look. Asian Americans got their reparations.
You know what's the fucked up part? Can I say what's the fucked up part?
What?
Here's something fucked up. we protect every other nationality, culture, whatnot, when liberties are being taken up on them. Like, look, this Chud the Builder guy, right? This guy was going out he was purposely seeking out African Americans to spew hatred towards that particular group to see if they would react.
Yeah, he's being a dick.
Yeah. There's no reason for you to seek out a particular group and what do you think is going to happen? Like, hypothetically speaking, what do you think is going to happen when you go seeking out? Okay, Landy's white as hell. Landy goes into the projects and starts saying, hey, or goes into the city in New York City. You go into New York City and you're like, hey, man, and you start using the N-word. Like, what do you expect? You think, like, okay, some person might laugh it off, right?
Yeah.
Some people won't engage. But there is somebody that will pop you in your face. Like, there is somebody that will not play that game. That word is very offensive to them.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be the outcome? It's like almost everybody's surprised that this motherfucker's in jail and they're making an example out of him.
They're like, oh, well, I'm like, listen, David, if I go into an Italian neighborhood, right? I don't go around saying, how'd your day go? I don't say those things. I'm not talking about without papers. I'm not saying those things. You know why? Because it's disrespectful. You don't go to someone else's house and piss on their carpet and then expect them to say, hey, man, don't pee on my carpet.
But this is where I want to stick up for Jews. Because if I ever hear, like, okay, I guess I grew up growing up in New York City, it's different, right? I think everybody can acknowledge that. We would river dance on anybody if anybody came disrespecting anybody, because we grew up around everything. So, like, when people say they don't see color, we see color, but we're just not racist. Like, we didn't grow up racist. We didn't grow up hating you or hating somebody. Here's my problem, though. Outside of New York City, this is where you get the rude awakening. People will go ahead and stand up for African American people or black people.
Yeah.
If, just like, look, I'm Chud the Builder. I think he's an absolute racist. And I can say that. Okay? No normal person walks around antagonizing a certain culture. Like, it's not normal. Yeah. It's just not. You have to have some sort of issues that you're dealing with, that you're spewing this shit. Yeah. But you see a lot of people rally towards that. You see a lot of people rally towards other cultures. But when it comes to Jews, this is not the victim card at all. But when it comes to Jews, there are Jews here in America that, like, honestly, all they want to do is just fucking live. Yeah. But when people call them all sorts of slurs, there's no uprising. There's nobody. Oh, like there's none.
Well,
far and a few. Let's keep it real. It's far and a few that people say, "Oh, that's not right."
No, David, I think that's not true.
Kanye West. I'll give you an example, and I shut it right down. Kanye West comes out with a song, "Hail Hitler," man.
Yeah, and David, as your friend, I was saying, like, yo,
not
Kanye's
you,
crazy.
not you.
We don't
I'm not talking about you.
Him. Yeah, what I'm saying
I'm talking about everybody's rocking out with it. Like, it's a cool thing. Listen, I understand. Like, there are Jews out here that didn't experience what happened in the 40s. Okay, but there are parents and grandparents. There are grandparents and parents that, let's say, grandparents that experienced it.
Yes,
and it's like, hey, it's a cool thing to do now. It's cool to disrespect Jewish people. It's cool to slur them up. It's cool to go in and make fun of them and all. Nobody stands up. So what I said earlier in the show was, Jewish people have no other choice but to stand up for themselves. Because this happened before. Remember when the Germans gathered, a bunch of Jews up? Over 6 million of them got, along with other religions, but 6 million plus Jews
killed
got
priests. They
assassinated.
killed Catholics. Absolutely, David. It
Gays,
is,
Catholics, everybody that they could get their hands on.
yeah.
But
guess what,
do you
David?
think?
I
But
want
that's why. No, let me land this.
Okay.
Akil, Unc, let me land this. The reason why Jews act this way is because it's never again. They're not going to allow, like Israelis are not going to allow for them to be murdered the same way their grandparents were or their family members.
Yeah.
That's why some Jews hold themselves in such high regard. They won't allow for it. Because you know what? Last time they were told not to talk, stay silent. And guess what that got them? A bullet in the back of their heads. So that's where that comes from. But there's no rally for, let's rally for the Jews. You even got the New York City. The New York City mayor was the first mayor in history not to march or be a part of the Jewish parade.
No, that's the difference, David. That was the Israeli Day Parade, and Israel is a country. Israel
I understand.
is not a faith.
But you know what?
I
We
want to be
celebrate
very
every other
clear,
country.
David.
Hold on. We celebrate every other country. We celebrate everything else. I understand. Look, I want to celebrate just America. Hear me out. I'm an American. So it's America first, period. And the America first that I'm about is not the one.
Yom Kippur, I'm coming to Seder, buddy. I'm there with you.
You are.
Rosh
but like,
Hashanah, I'm hanging out. You know?
I get it.
Give me a bar
get
mitzvah. Guys, you got to go to, if you've never been to a bar mitzvah, you got to go. Look, great food all night. Somebody's bubbler just feeding you all night. But David,
look what they did to Jalen Brunson.
It's disgusting.
Jalen Brunson's wife.
It's disgusting what they're saying about his wife. Absolutely.
Not only are they getting for her that she's white, right? Meanwhile, they don't even know he's been with her since he was 14.
Yeah. What I'm saying, it's messed up that they're saying. Go. I'm sorry, bud.
So not only is it a white issue, now it's like she's also Jewish.
David, here's the thing, though. In the United States
NBA
right now,
set this all up because she's Jewish, so she set it up so the Knicks. Do you understand?
Well, hold on. But this is indicative of a social media headline-driven society, narrative-driven society that is predominantly dominated in terms of the loudest corners on left and right. Because the biggest thing here is, where the left and the right, on the extremes, identify more with each other than they do any other group in the United States. They actually have a whole bunch of issues that they bring up, just different ways in which they want the problem solved.
They both hate Israel.
And they both are unified in hating anything Israel, anything Jewish, including the Jewish faith, including anything in the Torah, anything. They literally will bring up debates that were denied as law, as no, these are the law, right? Like they'll bring up any kind of the debates from any one of the books, and they bring them up as if, no, this is codified Jewish law, when it's not. Like they go through both sides, misrepresent, and it's been a concerted effort that's been disturbing, and it's been bubbling up for about 20 years now, at least in terms of the more recent rise that has found us where we are now.
Yeah.
And they've come to prominence in media and social media.
Let me
but
just
they're
cut
not
in,
representative of the whole.
I just want to say that it's what I said earlier. We can't call everything anti-Semitic. Just like
can't call everything racist.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You just can't. When you do that, you bring hatred on. Because people are like, yo, what the fuck? I can't even criticize. And if I criticize, I'm called racist. If I criticize, I'm called anti-Semitic. You can't do that. Like, if something is really racist or anti-Semitic, then yes, you can say something. But if you're going to deem everything to be racist and anti-Semitic, that's where the problem lies.
I agree.
That's really it. And that's why I can understand it. Like, if you take off the fucking glasses, look, Charlie Kirk, whether you like him or not, Charlie Kirk was a big backer of Jewish Americans and Jews in general.
But he was anti-Israel at the end, where he goes, Israel shouldn't be meddling in U.S. affairs.
I think the point that struck me about Charlie was he said, I can't even criticize Israel without getting text from prominent Jewish leaders saying that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it
Here's
wasn't.
Charlie Kirk. I've always said Charlie Kirk was
Closes
the
down
biggest.
conversation. That's the
What?
point. I said it closes conversation. It kneecaps any kind of real discourse, and that's the goal. But that's
And
the
you saw
goal
with
of
him and
anybody
Ben
that wants to
Shapiro.
claim everything is racist too. It's the
He-
same goal as to shut down the discourse surrounding it.
I don't believe, like all these rumors and all these fucking tinfoil hat motherfuckers that say that, Israel took out Charlie Kirk. I don't believe any of that stuff. Like, I just don't.
I don't
Okay?
know who did.
It's unfortunate that whether
Yeah.
you like him or not, Charlie Kirk was actually doing for me personally, I thought he was doing one of the hardest jobs in the world, and that's sitting at college campuses. He wasn't, Marion, he goes out there and he entices people. Like, if you watch him when he goes out speaking at these universities, he's trying to antagonize people. When you watch Charlie, if you find that him trying to promote a nuclear family was a bad thing, him promoting God was a bad thing, then this world's fucked up. You don't have to agree with everything and all his stances. Like, for instance, there was a girl who I think she was, correct me if I'm wrong. I think he or she was either transitioning or she was just saying that, no, I think it was the transitioning part.
Okay.
I think it was it was a male transitioning into a female.
Okay.
And the person asked Charlie, what do you think about this? And Charlie said, I respect you. And they started the crowd started heckling. And he said, no. You can play this. It's on YouTube. He said, no. That ain't right. Let me speak. I think, he goes, the things that you're suffering with, I would seek counseling.
Yeah, same thing as he's got the same. That person has the same thing that Clavicular has, or Clavicus, whatever his name is. It's body dysmorphia.
Okay, so
it's a known thing.
And I've on Clavic, this guy. First of all, I'm the original Lux Maxer, right? We know this. I am the original OG Lux Maxer. I didn't take a hammer to my face. Okay, I didn't redo this lovely thin nose. I didn't staple my ears into my head. I didn't do nothing. People say that somebody took a shot and said that I do my eyebrows. No, these are natural. Okay, here's natural.
They're naturally arched that way. Good. David is what they call snatched. Snatched.
I just feel that Charlie was doing things like all these other people are doing things for engagement and likes and retweets. I really do believe in my heart, and people can disagree with me on this, but I feel in my heart that Charlie, watching him, I didn't agree with everything, but watching him, he was coming from a genuine place. Like, this is what he believed. He could have been paid off by anybody. He could have took money from Russia. He could have took money from the Jews who offered him money. He didn't touch it. He spoke his truth. It's what he saw.
Oh no, he took the money. He just didn't care.
No, he could have been really paid off. From all accounts, Charlie could have been really paid off. And he didn't go that route. The Marians, all these people of the world, they're looking for engagement. Like, how is it cool? Like, when I watch these things, when they bring on these girls, right? These women that come onto these shows, you can tell that they have daddy issues. And they're just completely destroying them. Like, it is the bottom of the barrel type shit. And now they'll say, oh, you're a cuck or you're a simp. No, it's none of that. It's just like men don't need to go ahead and do any of that stuff to be men and masculine. That's my whole point of view.
Yeah.
You don't need to go ahead and be any... You could be a masculine man without doing any of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever. That's just my take. Great conversation. I agree, Landy. Great conversation with you. I hope to. I'm gonna have you guys go. Appreciate you, Unc. Appreciate you, Landy. And we'll be back Friday, and we'll discuss more about, obviously, I guess, the Middle East and other trending topics.
We got to talk about the whole EU, man. The G7's on the way, right?
Absolutely.
All right. We'll talk to you guys.
That's Unc. That's Landy. We had Rob on today. We had the Midnight Team on today. All right. Man, it's going to be a great weekend. It's going to be sunny. This time I'm going tanning. Okay, prepared. Now, I might look a little bit darker now. And that always happens. Always happens. I get that burn, and then it turns. You'll see. As we go through the summer here, you will see. You will see. Julie is live. Yes, Julie is live, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tune into Julie Kennis. That's right. I hope you guys enjoy the weekend. I hope you guys have a great time. A lot of people are frustrated with the markets. Don't be. Just listen. I'll say it again. I'll be repetitive. This is an opportunity. That's it. You can either seize it or you can shut the fuck up and go enjoy yourself. That's it. On that note, God bless America. God bless America. Man, I hope this world heals already, man. It's not cool to come on here and fucking report on this and talk about this. It really isn't. I will protect my skin. My skin, I'll make sure to protect it. I will make sure to protect my skin. Love you all. I really do hope that y'all do amazing. And on that note, it's been 4 hours. Have a great day and an even better tomorrow. Shout out to AP for that one.